December 4, 2023, the 2024 budget presentation. Call to order. Can I have a roll call, please?
Roll call, Mylan. Mulvaney Henry,
Here.
Bryant,
Here.
Gonzalez, here, Brenneman,
Here.
Haley. You have one.
Thank you. I believe if we're following the agenda set by staff. Over to you, Lori.
Okay. Morning, everybody. So today we'll go through an overview of the budget as well as having presentations by each of the individual divisions, going through each of their budget books that were provided to you. Well, you know, there's ask questions as we go. We need to take a break, just let us know and we'll take a quick break. We're trying to get through no later than probably 3:45, 4 o'clock at the very, very latest. So I'll first turn it over to Bill Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Lori. My voice clear. Welcome board to our 2024 budget retreat. Rick, can you hear me okay? Yes, sir. Okay, thank you. I'd like to also thank everybody that's in attendance, all that maybe watching the video via Zoom. And also thank Chris and Kaylee, who's not in the room, but for the refreshments and everything they provided. I know that this time every year we sit down and go through our budget plans with the board, and certainly I'm starting off this conversation, but I couldn't do any of this without certainly accounting and finance kind of leading the effort and making sure that they provide the framework for us to be able to pull all of our finance and budgeting information together. Also, like to thank senior staff and management for all of their work. And they have been very, very good this year, as with past years, in making sure that we give a put together a balanced budget for the board to consider. So I think you'll see that we've done that. Also, want to thank Rick for his attendance, for helping us on the technical side and making sure that this presentation today is being able to be streamed out and recorded for consideration later. So, like always, I'll start off by briefly looking back at this year, kind of where we are, and some of the things that we've had to work our way through. I think it's always important that we're still in 2023, talking about what we're doing going forward. But just like many other years, this has been a little bit different, but it's also presented certain challenges for us in terms of lingering effects of high inflation and supply chain issues. And I know staff has presented on a few occasions some of the issues that we wrestle with in terms of the supply chain issues that we're still dealing with today, even though they seem to be only getting better. I know that also, you know, we talked about, you know, some of these inflationary numbers that are higher than what we've seen over the last 40 years. And that's kind of national news that's been out for quite a while, but I think you'll see that not only have we been able to make it through it without reducing any of our efforts to continue to provide service to the community, we really come through it in pretty good shape toward the end. I think as we get through the budget, you'll see some of the results of what I'm talking about. You know, the good news with some of the volatility in the high inflation, we are starting to see gas prices start to level off. In fact, they're actually coming down. So this time last year, I think Andrew reported gas prices around $6.42, and now we're looking at somewhere around $2.50, $2.56, $2.60, which is quite a decrease. Not for just the utility, but for everything we charge in terms of those riders that are on the bill. We collect that to our recover that to our ERC rider. And with those reductions, that's really providing a lower burden on them to our ratepayers, to our customers. And we're certainly glad to see that. And Andrew, my hope is that they'll continue to go to decrease throughout next year, but I'm not that optimistic that we'll see that. But anyway, we're in pretty good shape today. You know, and as a result of all of this, again, you'll see that staff has done a good job at lowering our expenses, you know, not having, revenues come in, also having price signals that are out there that are higher than normal. We really did a good job at making sure that we managed our finances throughout this year and that we're going into next year with some pretty good numbers that I'll be talking about and we'll really get into a little bit later. You know, I'm sitting here talking about and giving credit to staff, but also we visited with Moody's and with Fitch, and they reiterated again our stable credit ratings, saying that, you know, despite all this going on, you know, they maintain a stable outlook for us in the same credit ratings, A2 and A as in the past. So that's good news. We're now those reviewed by our credit rating agency. Some of the team accomplishments I want to get into, despite some of the things I've talked about, and said that we've done a pretty good job in managing our way through the concerns I've already listed. Starting with on the electric utility side, Jeremy's through, you know, we reduced our vegetation management plan and down from somewhere around 11 or 12 year cycle, probably about 8, 9, 10 years ago, down to a 4-year cycle, and we completed that. Then Jeremy and Darren came back and said we're going to reduce that now to a 3-year cycle. We've actually done that. So for this year, we completed the first year of the 3-year cycle, so about 1/3 of our system has been cleared. So, and then the next 2 years, obviously, we'll continue our efforts in working through that new 3-year plan. That helps us on the reliability front as much as anything else that I can think of. Electric operations have also started a few years ago, on inspecting all the utility poles. So we're on the 4th year through a 12-year program, and this year we've inspected about 6,000 poles, and some of those have been replaced, some of them have been treated. We're continuing to make good progress there. Seeing good, strong performance from our generating units at Nearland and Quinero, and also at Dogwood. Having those units in place means we're getting paid for the assets that we own, but we also are passing along lower pricing back to our consumers because we have the luxury of having those units in place. And also with the plant, we've had 2 successful outages, the spring and fall outage. We're thinking through on schedule, on budget, without too many unexpected things to turn up. But even with those, we were able to get those rectified without too much of a concern. And those units have been put back in service, and they've been called on as needed. For the Quinero site and for the Nearland site, and for the Quinero site and for the cost site, we've released bids earlier this year to go out and see if there is any way possible to repurpose some of the land at Quinero. We still have operating units there, but for the land that we're not using, to try to repurpose that into some type of business that may be a tax generating business for our community, the utility, the future utility customer for DPU. And I think the window's closing for receiving those bids. We'll be reporting back to the board as soon as we get closer to evaluating what comes back in. We've also hired Black & Veatch to assess all of our electric generating units to kind of reaffirm what the life expectancy are for those units. And also we begin to work on our integrated resource plan. And that plan should be available next summer for public consideration. Here, looking along the water side. So Steve and company has talked about the 12th Street River crossing. I think we've got 3 mains that go under the Peninsula River. We're trying to replace the 12th Street crossing now, about 90% done on the design. Actually from the state, we're currently on track and completing that next year pending state approval on what we've already put in front of it. So that project is moving forward as well. And that's a KDHE funded project. So resources are there, just getting final state approval. Also started construction on a 7 million gallon reservoir at Argentine. That's expected to be completed next year. Water is updated and renewed a 20-year extension with Consolidated Water. So for the next 20 years, they'll continue to be a wholesale customer and continue to have them as a customer to sell water to that water district. And then we're continuing to make progress on addressing all our aging mains. So as you know, we want to outreach secure a lot of federal funding for that purpose. Some of that's going to be used next year. But the progress that we made, our main breaks are actually down 6% this year compared to our 5-year average. 14, and they're down 14% compared to our 10-year average. So we are making progress. Certainly don't want to stop any momentum we have and continue to go out and seek other funding. We'll continue to make that a budget priority and continue to address some of the mains in our system that are, we've already reported 75, 80, 90 years old or older. So on the technology side, we've launched a number of analytical operation type reports. So I think staff is in a better position today of just kind of seeing where we are, seeing what's going on, and making better decisions based on the data that we have in front of us. You know, those dashboards are pretty broad based. So we're taking a look at operational and financial utilities. So puts us in a better decision to continue to make better decisions with how we manage this utility, and would like to continue with those efforts, continue to make sure that we have those reports available. We've upgraded a number of our, we call them meter to cash, or everything from meter all the way to our billing system, through the customer portals that are made available to our customers. Our customer portal piece will be going live, I think, in the first quarter, February, somewhere thereabout. But a lot of the back office applications have been upgraded. They're on the latest versions. We're making good use. State customer service, electric and water, and that the system do have better, more updated tools to work with. And hopefully the board and the public will start seeing the benefits from that. On the communication side, I've asked David to take our BPU connection, and instead of making that a semi-annual report, send it out quarterly as a way of getting more information out quicker. So we're doing that. I think we have a release scheduled to go out this month, David. So you know, it may be a little bit smaller. You know, I don't know quite how many pages will be in this quarterly report, but it will, you know, give us an ability to get information out quicker and update the public quicker on what we're doing. Also released our first sustainability report. So I think it's important when we all hear and we all feel questions on what is BPU doing in terms of being sustainable, helping with the environment, protecting the environment. So that was the first step. We'll continue that process of getting more information to show, to ensure everybody how we're being good stewards, being responsible stewards in this community, as well as we ask others to do the same. We're going out this month with the customer satisfaction survey. Results won't be planned until probably the first quarter or so of next year. So I'll make sure we present that to the board when those results do come in. I haven't done that in a while. I think a number of board members went to the last focus group meeting we had. We had customers come in and you guys sat behind a window and kind of heard firsthand on what some of the suggestions, recommendations were from the public. That facility is not available anymore, so that doesn't necessarily mean we want to stop and turn our attention back to surveying, so we'll be doing that, this year. Made a couple of trips, a few trips rather, to, Washington DC and to Topeka to meet with our state and federal legislators. Had some very good success with that. And again, this year, still in range, and we talked about some of our results from the right effort. Representative Davis is scheduled to come in at some point, get closer to the generator project. So I have, and we have met with both of them on a number of occasions, and we'll continue to avoid that. At the end of February, David and I will be taking Jeremy with me to APPA, and we will be presenting more requests for federal funding when prior to us making that trip. And that trip would be kind of, here's on the chickens. What chances do we have to get certain type of earmarks or other things that we may secure later? I met with, a few weeks ago, I went to Topeka and met with the Kansas Corporation Commission. And I had long conversations. I think it was the first time that DPU had actually gone to the KCC, went down and talked to KCC staff. So part of that effort was just to talk about, some of the things that are going on in the community, introduce them more to what we're doing, so that they can have a better understanding. The KCC did sponsor a energy audit. A legislator wanted to compare Kansas rates to surrounding rates, so they've asked KCC to count security at that. So it was a good opportunity to go back and reaffirm that we are being responsible for holding costs down. But it also gave me an opportunity to talk about an application we're making this month to the KCC for some state dollars now, federal dollars that was routed through the state. And as part of our grid resiliency application to help us move on the electric side this time with some state dollars. The thing that I want to talk about is when we make these efforts, and we talked about earlier, the federal government has kind of shifted gears, and the state has too, in terms of providing utility assistance type dollars to communities. They have certain things that they want to see achieved in terms of environmental targeted type projects, sustainability type projects, and things like that. So that's where the funding is not, and certainly energy efficiency. But the funds are different. The application process is a little bit different. We're still trying to make sure that we get dollars and are successful in getting dollars. Hopefully not direct payments to customers to help them pay their bills, but it does save the community money because we're not having to go back to our customers or through our rates that we charge, through borrowing and debt that we build up over time to try to take care of some of the needs that we still will be needing to spend money on. Also scheduled to go in front of the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation and to make a similar request for a different type project that may hopefully will lead directly towards lowering bills for certain. As we get closer to that, as we get a better understanding as to how that shapes up in the requirements and whether we can meet those requirements based on our demographics, we'll certainly talk about that to the board prior to us making an application. That is potentially a big project that's out there. And then we've also stated we'll be meeting with our state delegation in January too. And what I want to do is bring them up to speed on some of our other efforts in Kansas and seeing some of these funds and trying to get their support, probably their support so that they can talk to the departments and talk to others in Topeka. service. We've launched a whole new set of analytical factory reports, and I think that Janelle came in with that, part of that to the board. We're continuing to build that out, continuing to add more reports to that and analytical tools. Obviously, being some result of that work. Then, that the accounts earlier, and largest customers, again, water customers. And we do have an annual luncheon for them, just to kind of use that as a listening opportunity to kind of see what their needs are, and then part of that was also making available the green rider that we have proposed doing the cost of service, doing the rate case with the board. And then just to kind of gauge among those customers who may have an interest or not, because it's going to take a group of customers along with EPU to go out and secure the type of resources needed to make that green rider successful. So I'll get into the budget a little bit. So budget itself is about 0.45% higher than the budget this year. So I think we've been very responsive with, I think I got the numbers right, Lord. I'm looking at it with or without pilots.
Okay.
So, so that's, those are increases, but those increases are minimum compared to what I expected when we made when we started the budget. Again, critical to staff, we're being responsible, not trying to add too much in our budget, taking a look at what we can actually achieve, and then making sure we have strong financial reports, cash flow, balance sheets, when, before we present that to you. So the operating expense is actually about 2.3% lower, which is something I haven't seen in a while. Normally our operating expense goes up. We can certainly tailor our capital expenses and lower that if needed, but that really means we're just deferring and pushing things out into the future. So it's good to see the operating expense come in lower. The capital expense is about a little over 10% higher though, so we're still in a catch-up to catch back up, reinvest in the things we need to based on not having the funds there. And part of that is with federal funds, revolving loan, and a little bit of bond dollars left. So going forward, despite the inflationary thing, I think we will still be pressed to meet our customer needs on the economic development front. So there's projects that are still moving forward with our community, things we'll still have to be able to make sure we're connecting electric and water services to. The American Royal has already broken ground. I need to drive out there to take a look. I heard that there's still being put up. I know that that the ground has been prepared. But it's good to see that project moving forward. Home field developments is moving forward with the Margaritaville, some of the entertainment venues, and I think we're working with the UG. There's a few minor issues in my estimation that come up. We still got to work out through it with them, but I don't see that being in your roadblock to preventing them from getting all that building. That would be another big thing for our community. I said we'll attract people from all over to come in and dollars into our community that wouldn't be there otherwise. Kansas City, Kansas Community College, understanding that they're going to be breaking ground in the upcoming weeks or months with building a new downtown campus. And also working with Willie Lanier still on the apartment buildings, taking a Ritter Center down and building apartment buildings there. So the project has started and stopped more than I care to remember. And but it'd be good for him, the junior college and others to reinvest in our downtown, because it'll only make KCK stronger, especially when you look at all of the development out west, which is great, you know, I think downtown has been needing some attention for some time. Part of this budget too, I'm requesting a DP scholarship program for KCK students, high school students. And we're gonna start out slow, not, you know, with that request. Hopefully it'll build over time, but I see that as a way, along with our internship program, as a way of securing our future talent pool for DP. So if we can make those scholarship dollars available to all of the KCK, all the Wyandotte County schools, and then I think that'll go a long way in securing some of the brightest minds and helping them with their college careers. It'll be tailored in 3 different ways for improves our budget, you know, with this request. There'll be money for 4-year college degree, money for a 2-year college degree. There'll be a technical piece in it, and there will also be a few dollars set aside to help people with some of our credit. That helps us on the professional side of the organization. It also helps us on the technical and on the skilled labor side of our organization. Skills side would be more mainly helping support the apprenticeship line. There may be some other things that we look at later too. But as we get closer, prior to us spending any money, we'll let the board know more about the program, find out here's what we're doing, here's what we're actually trying to achieve, and we will be receiving the dollars. Criteria for the budget is really set out into your pamphlets here, in your handouts. So we're still trying to achieve cost saving measures, still trying to be responsible. Those goals are well established there. They're listed in the handouts if you care to look at it later. I don't want to spend any more time than necessary going over these things here. But I do want to thank the board for all of your current support, all your past support, and consideration of what we're presenting today. We want to also acknowledge TV Wakes is here, and I know David reached out to others. Elected board members who's not in attendance here, but we did tell them that the presentation will be available on the website and that we will have audio, video. It's something to do. So, that's your thoughts on it.
Okay. So I'm going to be going over an overview of the 2024 proposed budget. So the PowerPoint that I handed out earlier is what I'll be speaking from. Basically, it's a reiteration of the overview book, the blue book here. So start out with
Fred, excuse me, your presentation?
Yeah.
Got it.
yeah. Well,
Anything good?
okay, great. Start on slide 2 there. So overall, each year when we go into our budget, we have our objectives, that we need to try to work towards achieving. So positive net income, is the first objective, as well as positive cash flow. Being able to fund, all our capital projects through, cash and any other funding sources, that we have available. And then also maintaining our cash balances and, meeting our debt coverage, goals, based on our financial policies. And I'll say with this 2024 proposed budget, we have achieved all of those objectives. Next slide looks at just some of the priorities of our capital program. We won't go into great detail of all these projects. Each of the divisions will kind of walk through, since we kind of had an abbreviated capital presentation program. There might be a little bit more in-depth discussion of the projects within those divisions, but a number on slide 3. These are the water projects, and a number of these major priorities for water are all funded through the KDHE loan that was issued in 2022, and then a revision in 2023. They've also received some grant funding from EPA, and then the remainder of the budget is identified in with cash. Next slide is electric operations, and their main projects for their division. They do have some couple funding sources, so the EDA grant that was approved and is out there for work done out at near Urban Outfitters. The EDA grant. We also anticipate looking at a bond issue in 2024, probably start the process in the first quarter and into probably take us into the second quarter to issue those bonds, and those bonds are strictly going to be for projects related to electric operations. The next slide is electric production and their capital projects, main projects there. All of their projects are going to be funded with cash. And then electric supply has a SCADA software upgrade, which will also be funded with cash. So this slide 6 looks at our budget resources for the 2024 budget. So we have our electric revenues, which are about almost 286 million. Our water revenues are about 52 million. We do identify pilots as resources in there. Also comes out on the other side of expenses. And then our additional funding sources, which are typically our bonds and grants and KDHE money, as well as any additional cash available for construction. So we are down overall, or up overall in our 2024 budget by less than 1%. Those spoke of about less than 0.5% when you take out pilot from that. So we're about 392.4 million in our overall budget, with 73% of that coming from our electric revenues, 13% from our water revenues, and then about 4% from our additional fundings. Next slide looks at our budget uses. So we have our operating budget, which is about close to 234 million overall. That's down about 2% in comparison to 2023, which is about 239 million. We have our debt service, about 52.5 million, up a little bit from 2023. We have reached our peak of debt, max debt in the water side in 2024. The electric side, has a few more years before it reaches its max debt. Our capital budget is about 67.8 million, is up about from 61.3 in 2023. We do have, like I said, additional funding sources, that we have in 24 that we didn't have in 2023. So our operating budget's about 60% of our overall budget. Our capital budget's about 17%, while our debt service is about 13%. So what are our projections going in as far as revenue is concerned? That we projected to be our revenue for 2024 for the electric side. We did incorporate the 2.5% rate adjustment that will go into effect for July 1 of 2024. We did implement our previous 2.5% in September of 2023. So this is the last year of the rate adjustment. Our ERC, which is our energy rate component, is projected to be at 4.1 cents per kWh. In 2023, we were at 4.3 cents. So we see that going down. Also in 2024 is the ERC reserve, which is funded within that 4.1 cents, and that's projected to be about $1.5 million per quarter. That will be funded in the ERC reserve. The ESC, which is our environmental surcharge, for our environmental projects, is projected slightly higher due to our debt service schedule. It's up about 400,000. So basically, the environmental surcharge that we put in place covers our principal and interest payments for the debt associated with the environmental projects that we have bonded for. And there'll be later on in my presentation, there'll be kind of a recap of all of our environmental surcharge, where we've been and what we anticipate going forward. So our residential revenues, so we kind of looked at it in a 10-year trending forecast. We've had a few years in the last 3-4 years that have been kind of bumpy a little bit with COVID and different things like that. So we've kind of expanded that to a 10-year trend to get some more forecasting trends a little bit easier. We do anticipate about 270 net new customers on the residential side. On the commercial side, we've done about a 10-year trending forecast as well. I think last year we used a 9-year. The commercial load for 2024 is projected to be just about even, very slightly percent below the 10-year average for the 10-year average. On the industrial assumptions, we base that on a 5-year trending forecast. Looking at load growth for 2024, projected to be up slightly by about 1.5%. We still aren't quite there from pre-pandemic years, from 2018 to 2020, but are closer than we have been the last couple of years. On the water side, the revenue projections include a 6% increase as of July 1 of 2024. In September 23, we also implemented the first year of the 3-year increase of 6%. So the second year of that increase. We anticipate our total retail water customers at approximately 53,900 customers. The retail sales forecast is based on the 5-year trend. They kind of expand that a little bit this year from previous year comparisons. Our wholesale sales are stable, and we've looked at just kind of a 12-month usage pattern for our 5 wholesale customers. So our other revenues, interest income, projecting a little, same interest rate anticipated as we did in 2023. We're estimating that to be about 5%. So that'll provide us with a little more interest income. And then our pilot projection is remaining 11.9% based on what the unified government's actions were in their budget process. On slide 9, this is just a look at our environmental or energy rate component of ERC, kind of a historical look. As you can see, over the last couple of years, gas prices have been pretty high in 2022, 2023, but we are seeing those drop, and that's good for our be able to try and maintain a level ERC. That's one thing our industrial and commercial customers like to see, is to be able to budget consistently so that you know there are high usage and demand users. So when they do their budgets at the first of the year or whenever their fiscal year starts, it's makes it easier if we're not fluctuating those a great deal. So just to review our process for our quarterly, we adjust our ERC on a quarterly basis. So we go in and project our cost, and then we look at previous quarter, quarter before, basically any kind of over or under recovery from those quarters. So like if we have our ERC in the first quarter, we're looking at the third quarter of the previous year of any over or under. Second quarter would be the fourth quarter, and so on. So over the last year, you know, we have had quite a bit of a under recovery. So we've made great progress in getting that recovered. We were as high as around 14 million of under recovery. So we're down to about 1 million, 1.5 million. So we kind of feel that that's reasonable, what we've seen in years past or whatever. So, you know, if we ever gets that thing perfect, will be good. But you know, staying within the 1 million, 1.5 million is a good target for us. The next slide looks at our electric revenues. And so this will include in the budget the 2.5% base rate increase. You know, it is somewhat neutralized by our lower ERC from the 4.3 cents to 4.1. We've added a little bit of historical in there with our 2021 actual and 2022 actual, and then the line above the bar graph represents our 2023 actual through September. So in our revenues, you know, going up in our 2022 as well as 2023 budget, and most of that is a result of a higher ERC through that period. Next slide looks at our water revenues. Same concept there. We have our 2021 actual and 2022 actuals. The line above represents our 2023 actual through September. So we do have, as I stated before, our increases from our base rate adjustment of 6% included in our 2024 budget. Slide 12 looks at our operating expenses. So overall, you know, our operating expenses are about 300.6 million. It is down from our total of 2023 of 301.6. So our personnel costs overall, in comparison to our 2023 budget, are up around 4 million above. Our services are up slightly, about 400,000. Our fuel and purchase power, that's where our biggest, decrease in our budget is, from 23 to 24 is a decrease of about 8.3 million. And then our material and supplies are down about 1.9 million. Operating, expenses, kind of miscellaneous expenses there are up slightly about 150,000. On the next slide is our budget spending by division. So our operations, of course, are our biggest piece of the pie here. Our electric supply is around 60.5 million. A large portion of that is our purchase power costs are included in the electric supply budget. The electric production budget is about 79 million, and the fuel, such as our coal and gas, are included in that division's budget. And then electric operations was about 59.9 million. And overall, our utility-wide is about 96 million, and that includes our pilot, as well as includes our principal and interest of our debt. Water has a budget about 48.8 million. And then the administrative services group or administrative divisions all are map out the rest of the pie there. Next slide just looks at that a little bit, just from a number perspective and where we are in comparison to our 2023 budget. So overall, with pilot, it was an increase of about 0.75%. Less pilot, it's less than 0.5% increase. As I stated before, electric production, electric supply, that's the larger reductions in our budget, and that's more related to fuel and purchase power. Next slide just talks about overall what's included in our budget. As I stated before, our base rate increase will go into effect on July 1, 2024. Electric's 2.5%, while water's is 6%. In our staffing budget, we have 556 proposed positions, so an overall decrease of 3 positions in 2024 compared to 2023. Payment of the tax percentage remains 11.9%. Utilizing our KDHE loan program for water is a large portion of the water budget, as well as identifying projects in the electric operations for our revenue bond issue. So our operating costs overall, the 2 areas as I spoke of higher were personnel and service costs. On our capital side, overall, we're higher than 2023, but we do have additional funding, and it has incorporated projects that have staff has identified, where we're seeing cost inflation included in their cost of their projects. So our debt service budget overall is about 52.4 million annually, and overall for the utility, our max debt service will be in 2024. We do have a section in our overview with community contributions. So overall, it's a little less than 15% of our revenues are identified as community contributions. That includes pilot in there. So without pilot, our overall contribution is about 3.4%. So we were about 3.23% without pilot in 2023, so right around the same percentages. The other community contributions outside of pilot includes street lighting and traffic signal maintenance. Those are projects, and also includes the usage associated with those, street lights and traffic signals. We do repair and replace fire hydrants, that's included in there, and then we provide, electricity and water, free of charge for the UG facilities, and then we do have a small, reduced rate for the Sunflower Hills Golf Course, which we receive about $28,000 overall on an annual basis. We do provide billing services for the UG, which include water pollution, or sewer, trash, as well as stormwater fees. So this billing services includes our time and our cost for billing for personnel associated with customer service, and also any kind of field work associated with those services. Just looking at our notable changes from 2023 on our O&M budget. So our O&M budget is $233.8 million, down about $5.5 million overall, or 2.3%. So our personnel costs, as I stated, we're up about $4 million. Our services are up about $400,000. On the next slide looks at what is lower in our budget. So our fuel purchase power down about $8.2 million. The biggest reduction for our purchase power, we're seeing a little bit lower cost, within our renewables. Material and supplies are lower about $1.9 million. One difference between 2023 and 2024 is that we don't have a major outage plant at our power plant. So turbine maintenance was down quite a bit in comparison to 2023. Next slide looks at our staffing. There's a historical look back to 2006 of our number of positions that we budgeted for. So we are down to 556 for 2024. So a reduction of 3 positions from 23. 2 of those were within accounting and finance, and 1 within electric production. Next slide looks at our staffing and number of filled positions. So as of September of 23, we are at 494 filled positions. Last year, at September of 22, we were at 491 positions overall. So of those positions that either are in the works of being filled or plan on being filled later in the next budget year, there are attrition dollars built into the budget to account for that time period where that position is not filled. So look at kind of our debt, our annual debt. So our current outstanding debt by year is identified in our budget book there, but overall our combined max debt, which means what is the maximum amount of debt we would pay in a year, and that's a component of our debt coverage, is from a combined basis is in 2024. When you break it down between water and electric, water's max debt is in 2024 as well. And then the electric max debt is in 2029. So we got a few more years before we reach that max debt.
Lori, can I interject?
Mhm.
So when is our estimation, the lifespan of Nearman 2040?
Say that again, Jeff.
The lifespan of Nearman 2040 roughly is what we're kind of projecting. So that will only give us 10 years after max death before we'd have to have another replacement.
Well, part of that might hinge on what comes back with the generation assessment and the IRB as well.
I'm just looking at like probably the best case scenario is 2040. So you should have to,
Right.
start thinking about downstream that Nearman's going to shut. down at some point, and there's gonna have to be the debt absorbed to pay for a new generation.
And
Okay.
I feel like, you know, that's what you're seeing within our debt schedule or whatever. I mean, we're not going out and buying, getting a lot of debt or whatever. I mean, we're trying to get some room
Yeah.
to where we do have room to lay out that debt. When
Yeah,
we do decide that
I know,
direction.
I wanna make sure people are picturing that in their head as they move forward with debt, is that there is gonna be this large looming decision at some point
Yes.
of what the future generation is gonna look like, if we're gonna have any within the boundaries of Wyandotte County. And if so, we'll have to be cognizant that that large chunk of debt is gonna hit, you know, something, because you can't wait until the plant's down before you start thinking about what you.
And that's not lost on us, you know, and neither is it for Black and Beach and doing the assessment of our unit. I think our position is, we're gonna continue to, make sure that as the debt comes down, as we retire this debt, we're gonna try to our best to make sure that Dearman runs as long as it's possible, because we do have a lot of outstanding debt. Unless something comes up to where we have to focus on maybe switching directions. Our mindset now is to try to sustain Dearman as long as possible.
Well, yeah, especially if we release some of our properties.
Right. Yeah.
Then
Yeah.
that's gonna give us fewer
Right.
options.
Right.
For future generations.
Right.
And it's not so much for staff as for future board members and stuff, is keep this in your mind that if Nearman completes its cycle and you decide not to replenish generation with inside of our city, there's a large number of staff that will no longer have jobs in Wyandotte County, because you have a lot of people that are function around the generation of electricity inside of our city. Those people are all paying property taxes inside of our city. You know, those are the ripple effect will hit if we don't consider generation being made within Wyandotte County. And what that changes the landscape of the BPU if you don't continue with land. So, and just think about it, we closed near the Quinderos, the big ones. So we're down to one really major generation unit right now in our city. We won't get another coal one. There'll have to be something, but think about all the jobs and everything like that when you're making your decisions.
Yeah, so again, we're going at it with the main set of trying to stretch this out as far as we can.
I understand.
If there is some federal mandate to come in to force us to retire Dearman, well, that'll be a whole different conversation that the utility is gonna have to undertake at that point in time. If there is a federal mandate that comes in that says, okay, you can have local generation, but that local generation can't be coal, it may be a combined cycle gas plant. That's gonna require a lot less staff as well. So, I mean, these are the things that are out there. This is why we hired Black and Beach to kind of do this assessment on where are we at today? And they certainly understand the amount of debt we still have on that. So that's all part of the evaluation. But also, where is it that we need to go to? And that's the integrated resource plan that we'll be releasing in a public review next year. So my hope is all this stuff will come together and we'll have a better understanding second quarter or so next year on where we are, and then what does the future actually hold for these people in terms of generation. And let me hit that one more piece. And if you remember, Jeff, in the past, we really didn't bring in Black and Beach or something like that to help with the piece. So we're really taking this step to a whole different level and trying to better understand, you know, the changing landscape, everything else that we're dealing with, and trying to make the best decision going forward. Where do we need to be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or whatever?
Yeah, because like Smoky Hills will expire.
Right. Yeah.
You know, it's just, there's a lot of generation capacity that we're gonna be losing over the next
Yeah.
decade or two.
Yeah.
So we need to really be thinking about what is the future
Right.
of our city. Sorry.
That's all right. It's fine. Speaking of. So this is, the electric outstanding debt. And so as I mentioned, in 2029, reaches our max, annual debt, which is close to 45 million. So you can kind of see, as we lay out the future, you know, there is opportunity or whatever to lay out, future debt. You know, back in, 2020, our debt, annual debt was, above 50 million. You know, for, on the electric side. So we did do, a refunding issue in 2020. We took, advantage of the low interest rates at that time and refunded, the number of bond issues. So we had about a $33 million savings. So that really reduced, our overall annual debt, down to the levels where they are today. So, you know, we always look at refunding opportunities. They're not all that great right now, but, you know, whenever, the market, loses an opportunity such as low interest rates, they always come up with creative ways to try to, you know, get you to refund debt and things like that. So, we do get proposals, you know, from our, investment advisor, on some opportunities, but they're definitely not as great as they were back in 2020. So, we are projecting, as I identified, to do a revenue bond issue for the electric operations projects, in 2024. So that will probably come to fruition around second, quarter of 24. So we'll have to come before the board, as well as go before the unified government for those approvals.
Do we have an amount that we're looking at?
We're looking at approximately 50 million.
50?
And it'll be spent over a 3-year period. So we've identified some of the projects in 2024, related to that bond issue. I think around 16 million or so. But, you know, as I stated with our, production, then, you know, it's not feasible for us to issue debt for the minimum power plant anymore. You know, because typically our debt, what we go out is for 25 to 30 years, and we know that that's not, feasible, with that plant. Next slide looks at our, water outstanding debt. The water, is, well on its way down. In fact, they dropped, between 2023 and 2024. Their overall annual debt dropped about 3 million. So, you know, they did issue their, KDHE loans, which is around 39 million, in 22. It was about 25 million in 22. And then we, went back and increased that to about 39 million, in 23. So this is representative of that debt. You know, the KDHE loan debt, you know, you can't find better mechanism for that. You know, they, increased their loan from 20 years to 30 years. And, we got a 30-year, 39 million for 1.5%. So I think their interest rates have gone up a little bit, but still not to even levels. We couldn't go out to the bond market and get the levels of interest, that we're going through the KDHE loan. So that's been a good mechanism for us to, support water.
So, I don't know if I talked to you, Steve, about this or not, Laura. I think I briefly mentioned it to you. So when we met with KCC a few weeks ago, also met with KDHE. And what they had asked us to do is, when they know that we've been talking to our federal representative, but to try to impress on the federal government to make sure that when they go back and replenish funds for the state, and also I guess this is a lesson for the state too, is when the feds replenish dollars, they'll take a look at all of the funding that they have previously made for KDHE, and then they are not meeting their request as much. They're actually, I think, taking some of the dollars and then transferring it to other parts of the state budget, state agencies. So bottom line is, their expectations on funding future, water utility, other things that they do, that those dollars are not gonna be as readily available going forward as they were in the past because of how the federal government is now looking at state funding and then how the state is having to reprioritize money that they send to the different departments. So they're basically moving dollars from one bucket to the other, and which is not meeting the demand that KDHE has, which means, you know, they're saying, identify all of your future water projects early, get that to them, so that become a higher priority for them, so they can continue to make a case for helping BP or any other water district, you know, with these infrastructure needs going forward, because the dollars may not be as available as they were.
Okay, next, so I'll give you your option there. Go ahead, Rick, go to the next. Okay. I tried to put in the cash flow and income statement within the presentation, but, you know, it might be better, if you would want to look into the overview book. A little bit bigger print. So it's on page 12 of the blue book. If you want to look at that versus the PowerPoint slide. So this is our cash flow statement. So this is one of our objectives that we need to make sure that they're positive. I'll just kind of go through the components of the cash flow statement. So we always start with our beginning balance, estimated cash flow at the beginning. So it's looking at all of our you know, cash and marketable securities, our debt service, all of our other funds such as our debt reduction fund, rate stabilization fund, economic development fund, all those. So our beginning balance of 80.5 million is our estimated cash. That includes restricted and unrestricted funds. Next line is our total revenue. So we have about 376.7 of revenues. And then our total cash operating expenses, we take out depreciation and any kind of expenses that are identified as non-cash. So we have about 232.1 of that. So our overall cash that's generated from operations is about 144.6 million. We identify our debt service requirement, which is our annual debt required. And our debt service for 2024 is about 52.7 million. So that leaves us about 91.9 million cash available from operations after our debt service. We remove pilot out of that, so there's about 53.5 million. So the next section identifies our other funding sources. As I stated, we have our KDHE loan, which we have about 23.3 remaining into that. We've identified our bond issue, which is approximately 50 million, a little bit less than 50 million. We do have grants within our budget, an EDA grant of about 2 million, and then EPA grants of about 10 million. On the water side. So other funding sources is about 84.7 million. So that brings our cash to about 218.8 million overall. This next section of restrictions identifies all of our restricted funds. We take out our restricted funds such as like customer deposits, we restrict those out. We have our work comp and liability reserve, system development reserve, debt reduction fund, rate stabilization fund are our larger ones. We have identified, this is a new line item in this year's budget, is our ERC reserve requirement. And then our O&M reserve requirement. The combination of those two, both and on the electric and water side, meets our 120 days of, our O and M, reserve. So that's about almost, $40 million between those two. We always, reserve 50% of our ongoing construction, projects that we've identified, so that's about 5.4 million. And then, we back out any funding that we are not gonna use in 2024 that we'll be using for future, budget years. And that's about 59 million of all of our funding. So we have about 144 million of restrictions. We also have our economic development grant that we identified for the discretion of the board, which is $500,000. Our energy efficiency and economic development, we are able to capitalize that over a 3-year period, so that's about 225,000. 150,000 of that is money that's identified for help with mostly Wyandotte EDC, and then about 75,000 for heat pump and all electric rebates. Our construction requirement, which is our capital program, it's about 67.1 million. And then we've identified a few of our projects that are reimbursable back to us, about 600,000. So our total construction is about 67.2 million. So overall, after going through all of that, our estimated net unrestricted cash available on the electric side, we have a positive 6.1 million. And then on our water side, positive 1.4 million. So combined about 7.5 million of unrestricted cash available. The last two sections of that cash flow, we look at our financial policy ratios with regard to our debt coverage. The top section looks at it with pilot. So we're for all of our debts, we would be at a 2.73 times debt coverage ratio, with 2.65 of that on the electric side and 2.46 on the water side. We do have parity debt, which is mostly KDHE loans and any other loans outside of revenue bonds, and that has a combined ratio of 2.98. The last section looks at our debt coverage ratio without pilot. So we're at a 2.0 times on a combined basis, 1.94 on the electric side and 1.83 on the water side. And then just our parity debt is combined about 2.18. Any questions on the cash flow? Go ahead one more slide then. So this is page 14, 15 in the overview book. Looking a little bit easier. So the next three pages there are our income statement. So we have an income statement on a combined basis, an income statement for the electric utility, and then one for the water utility. So page 14 or slide 27, whichever you're looking at, is on our combined income statement. So overall, our operating revenues, for our total sales of energy and water are about 310.1 million. We've identified other utility sales, which are our borderline sales, which we have an agreement with Evergy on, and our wholesale market sales, which on the electric side is sales from the SPP market. So we're about 14.7 million for other utility sales. The next section are our other revenues, our disconnect, connect fees, our diversion fees, our late fees. We do have several agreements for pole attachment and power rentals, and then some service fees that are collected through our work in development. So
Can you give me an example of that, Lori?
I'm sorry.
Can you give me an example of the service fee?
So if electric operations has to do an expansion of a line or things like that, customer would need to pay for a portion of that. That's, we provide part of that as part of our policy, but there's, let's say, redundancy or something like that, that they would like to pay for that.
And then the late fees are captured where?
In the forfeited discounts line. Overall, that revenue is about 8.8 million. We do identify, payment with the taxes within our revenue. You'll see it coming out on the non-operating side. So overall, our operating revenue is about 371.9 million. Our operating expenses overall are about 276.9 million, almost 277 million. There's a breakdown of each of the operating areas, and what was projected there. We have our depreciation and amortization, which is our related to our capital assets within the organization. Our operating income, revenues minus our expenses, leave us with about 94.9 million of operating income. Our non-operating expenses or income, the top line there, investment interest. So we're projecting about 3.8 million of interest. And then our long-term debt and other is our related to our debt. So and those two line items are close to about 20 million. And then there's a pilot coming out on the expense side. So overall, there's about $54 million of non-operating income expense. And then on the, there's about 500,000 of water non-exchange, and it's mostly on, it's all on the water side, where they get a contribution from developers for their water main extensions there. So overall, we have a positive total change in that position of about 1.4 million. On page 15 or slide 28 is the electric side. And electric revenues, base revenues are about 262.4 million. We have other market sales with our wholesale markets and borderline about 13.2 million. Our total other revenues on the electric side are about 6.7 million. So our operating revenues, inclusive of pilot there, is 314.4 million. Operating expenses for electric overall are 233.9 million, which leaves us operating income about 80.5 million. And then our non-operating income, the majority of the interest income is on the electric side here. So we have a total with our non-operating income or expense of about 47.2 million, which leaves us about 33.3 million overall in our change in that position, the positive change in that position. Page 16 or slide 29 is the water income statement. Overall water's base revenue is about 47.7 million. Their wholesale market sales are related to their 5 wholesale sales companies that they sell the water to. It's about 1.5 million. Total other revenues represents about 2.1, and then total operating revenues, so this is a pilot, there is 57.5 million. Water's operating expenses are about 43.1 million, which leaves operating income about 14.4 million. With the non-operating income and expense for interest income, as well as the debt associated with that, is around 6.8 million negative. So that leaves, with the water non-exchange, a positive total change in that position of about 8.1 million. With that, any questions with the cash flow or income statement? Okay, so, back to the PowerPoint on slide 30. So this is just a historical look at our cash balances, since January of 2020. The, I call it gold color bar, represents our cash and marketable securities, and that's, you know, that and the blue, section there, the system development, are two that, you know, have the most fluctuation, mostly cash and marketable securities. The remaining, economic development, and capital debt rate stabilization and liability reserves there are pretty stagnant. We don't use those unless we, you know, get down to where we don't have enough in our cash and marketable securities or our system development reserve to meet our expenses. So it's been very stable over the last several years. Next slide looks at our days cash on hand. So you've seen this graph, you know, as part of the monthly financial presentation. The green line represents 90 days of cash as a target, what we kind of targeted to get to. We've got 110 days above. We'll probably bump that up to 120 since that's our operating reserve projection over the next several years. As I stated, we recouped the majority of our under recovery of our ERC, the 14 million that was an under recovery. So that has helped us within the last several months of being able to bump our days cash on hand. So the main goal here, you know, we've seen improvement in our days cash, you know, now it's trying to maintain that and not have our fluctuations of dropping back and everything. So hopefully we can do that, and our projections to do that as well. Next slide, our management requirements. First, as soon as we pass our budget, you know, our message is, you know, be cautious about spending, and, you know, just don't go out and spend everything at the beginning of the year. We all know that, you know, our spring and fall are kind of our shoulder months, or shoulder periods of our year, and our revenues aren't the strongest there. So our summer revenues are still the strongest out of the year. So during our peak period there, May through October, is our best time and opportunity to try and build some cash. So we continue to focus on our financial metrics, improving our cash on hand, you know, improving our debt coverage, which I think we've seen some great strides in that. And then with that, you know, maintaining our credit status and our bond ratings are important, especially as, you know, if we do need to go out to the bond market, especially if we're getting any type of, you know, bond, revenue bond issues in the future related to building generation or anything like that, keeping those bond ratings and our credit ratings strong are important. This being able to support growth and development. Next slide, just recap. So a positive net income, 33.3 million on the electric side, 8.1 on the water side. We're combined about 41.4. We had positive cash flow of electric, 6.1 million on the electric side and 1.4 million on the water side, for combined with 7.5 million. We're able to maintain our debt coverage to 2024 is projected to be about 2.73 with pilot and about 2.0 without pilot. So that kind of reiterates what our objectives are for the 2023 budget, 2024 budget, and that we did achieve those. Next slide looks at our capital summary. So, as I stated, each of the divisions have talked more in depth about their capital program, but this is just an overview of, the funding sources and the breakdown of the capital program by divisions. As I stated, the future bonds, we're anticipating to go out for about 50 million. In 2024, electric ops has identified about 7.3 of that to be spent in 2024. So that will carry us out for another couple years after this. The EDA grant, we received a $2 million EDA grant, so we anticipate spending all of that in 2024. On the water side, we have an EPA grant. It was overall $10 million for line replacements and infrastructure. So we're planning on spending 5 of that in 2024. So we have 5 million remaining for 2025 or future years. And then water's anticipating spending about 11.2 million of the KDHE loan that we've already established. There was about $23 million left in that loan, so they'll spend about 11.2 million of that. So our overall capital budget, what we'll be spending in cash is about 41.6 million for an overall capital budget of 67.1 million. Next slide just looks at historical of what we projected. The kind of purple is our budget, the green is our actual. We've been pretty consistent over the last 3 to 4 years of what our overall budget's been. If you look back 2015, 2016 time period, that's when we were doing our upgrades to the Nimmer power plant. So that was, a big task for our utility. So we anticipate, we projected in 2023, and it will be a little bit under our projected amount of what we spend in for our 2023 budget. Next slide. Like I said, I won't go into great detail on this, but just highlight some of the electric capital budget. So it's about 35.5 million on the electric side. A little bit up from 2023 levels. 26.3 of that's from cash. 9.3 of that's from bonds and grants. Next slide is the water capital budget. So overall the budget's about 26.4 million. A little bit up from 2023 of 24.7 million. So there's about 10.1 million from cash, and then about 16.2 million is from the KDHE and grants that we received. And then in information technology, we anticipate spending about 4.3 million, and all of IPs is coming from cash. Next slide. And the remainder of the capital budget, from a kind of administrative side of the house, work that's done here in 540 Minnesota, some admin services, and then also HR has some capital projects related to security. So overall, it's about 820,000, and that will all be coming from cash as well. So one of our requirements with regard to the environmental surcharge is to review the reconciliation with the board of the fiscal year, basically. So this looks at historically from inception to where we are currently. So we did the environmental surcharge back in 2011, put it in place. So from 2011 to 2023, basically October of 23, we have collected around 153.3 million in the environmental surcharge. We have a couple more months left in, 23, so we project about 3.8 million more, to be included into, that overall amount, which would, provide us about 157.1 million, from inception to current in the environmental surcharge. We've paid out 126.3 almost in bond payments. We have a coverage requirement of 0.3 times overall, so that represents about 31.1 million. So that represents about 157.4 million of what our collection should have been. So we have a very small under collection through the end of December of about 300,000. Our projected debt payment with our 3.3 times bond coverage requirement in 2024 is 22.5 million. So that's the environmental surcharge is representative of meeting that debt service payment and also collecting for the under collection, which is a very small amount. The next slide looks at the impact of our environmental surcharge. So it's basically, tied to our debt service schedule. So, it's going up for residential customers, which are the rate 100, 101, will be going up slightly. So that's a little bit over 1 cent per kilowatt hour for residential customers. The rate 200s are small commercial, so a little bit around 1.3 cents per kWh. In our medium, large, and industrial customers, it's a cost per kW. And so that has gone up, for the medium and also commercial. It did go down for the industrial customers. And then the rate 500 is our USD 500 school district. So it went up slightly, about 1.2 cents per kWh. This just looks at the impact for the residential customer. We have an average about 800 kWh a month, so it's about environmental surcharge is about $10 a month, and then it goes up all the way to all of our customer classes there with rate 400, which is our industrial customer, is about $15,300 a month for their surcharge. And that is all I had. Are there any questions?
I actually recommend that we take a break.
Yes.
Right now.
Yep.
And when we come back, since we've now had the general manager's message and the overview of the entire budget, I'd like to ask the board members if they have any opening remarks or comments that they'd like to make as well. I know it's off script, but. 5 minutes. 5 minutes.
5 minutes? All right.
Yeah, 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, we're back, and as indicated before the short break, I'd like to give the board members an opportunity to make remarks, ask questions about the overview and the messaging that was provided to us to date. I'm gonna start down. Jeff, do you have anything?
I'll have mine and give them to the books.
I'm sorry.
I would imagine that if there's gonna be a point that we're gonna be going through each of these books. That's when is mine, or I don't want to jump back and forth, but as far as an opening statement.
Tom,
I don't have anything at this time either.
David,
Thank you, Rose. Appreciate the overview. It's exceptionally well. I've always been impressed with the overview. This is a new process for me. Full disclosure, I probably understand like 25 to 35% of exactly what you're covering, but I do very much appreciate the education and going through this process. the picture that you gave, Bill, or that you painted, I think is very dispositive of where I hope to see, under your tutelage and your leadership as you continue to move. Some of the interactivities, especially at the state and federal levels, where we can recruit or fill the gaps there that, I hope we're able to, with grants and with the relationship that is ongoing and that you fostered. Just want to make a very brief right now, because I know we have a long way to go. We've got other areas to cover. But just some things in what I do understand from the presentation, but what I don't understand is I hope we could look at, and those are first and foremost, personnel questions. So with the numbers that we're given, Lori, for where we are with the staff and how those go, those numbers have fluctuated over time. I'd like to have the historic perspectives that you provided as well. Appreciate that. But what stood out to me, what I can't answer is, with a lower number of staff or personnel that were budgeted for a certain amount, we are still seeing an increase. So we have 556 is the slide, 15 proposed positions, which would be a decrease in 3. And yet there is if we go back to slide 12, this budget would be about 4 million or so higher than in previous years. Now, again, because of the historic perspective, you can see that is additionally, or that is going down on and on. You know, there's a decrease all along as the numbers have dropped off. But if we are budgeting for 556, if you're looking at this budget, a decrease from 3, and our actual back and forth, but the actual staff that we have now is, what was it, 450, somewhere in there, with the back and forth. Thank you. Help me reconcile, you know, with my limited ability to fully comprehend with fewer people or staff, and why there's an increase, especially if many of those positions haven't been realized.
Okay, so you're going between the number of positions versus the number of filled positions, or you just going from 23 to 559 positions to 556 positions, I guess.
You can approach it with
Okay.
each side you are.
So, between the actual positions from 559 to 556, there is attrition in there of positions that are either going to be filled later in the year, you know, so we didn't put the full 12-month funding in there. Or, you know, they're in the works of, you know, might be vacant now, but also in the works of being filled or whatever. So if that position was vacant in 2023, but now is going to be filled in 2024, we've identified that. I would say from the number of filled positions, in comparison to our, what our projected operating budget is, you know, we do have increases in there based on union contracts or whatever proposed potential for, you know, once we get through our current union contract, those are included in the budget as well. So, I mean, we did have increases in 2023. Those, from an actual perspective, haven't been realized yet because we're still in negotiations on the union side of things. But so that's anticipating what those, you know, estimates are on, you know, percentage of increases.
And these are our positions, not the ones that are contracted out, like.
Right, these are strictly BPU personnel, yeah.
Add to that, so yes, it's going down, but the cost of labor goes up, right? Both for union and non-union. So management also increases, or projected to be in here. All the healthcare, everything else associated with labor. And this, we have to account for that going forward, because we do project healthcare costs going higher, in addition to labor. Labor is a significant part of our overall operating budget. So I think we've done our job. If you can kind of look at this over time, staff reductions have taken place for not many decades. I'm page 19. So staffing reductions have been part of our utility for decades now. So and then if you go before it was 2000, but it was even higher. So not uncommon, that's why earlier, we did this, have been doing this staffing benchmarking exercise with other similar type utilities, just to kind of see where we are. And, but we have to certainly manage that. And I'm not opposed to increasing our numbers, filling some of the vacant positions. It's just having a good plan to do that. And stage of contracting comes up all the time, and there has to be a plan for reducing contracting and increasing staff. But that comes at a cost to our operating expense budget too. So those are new expenses that we will be incurring. So I've asked staff to take a look at where do we need to go over the next upcoming years, and then let's figure out a plan for building staff to fit those needs over the next several years. Not just replace it based on yesterday's list, but where do we need to go, and then how do we need to staff and support those who the future is. That answers all of your questions.
It does some of it. I appreciate, that again, how, there was a much larger, 20 years ago, a little short of 20 years ago, staffing positions and where we've come. However, I don't understand that, say, for example, last year's budget was budgeted for 559 or so, but the actual staff was not 559, or it was budgeted for. It is that we just judged it was 10% less, or 495 or 490, whatever, was significantly fewer. Right? But those line items were in place for that in the budget for that full capacity. Pleased to see that we didn't actually realize those expenses, but we want to know how those might be reflected in those. So personnel is as significant as it should be. I saw that other chart.
Mr. Haley, you mind if I interrupt for a minute?
No, please.
So this is something that I struggled with many years ago, and there was a lot of conversations about these numbers, and a lot of, when you look at that graph, it looks like we made significant reduction in staff. The reality is we made significant reduction in open positions. Right. There used to be a much wider gap from the number, and over time, that is what the board has asked to see this reduced, and it's been reduced. So the actual number of operating staff has stayed relatively stable for quite a few years now. So like if you have 500 people working here and you're projecting 550, well, the dollars in the budget, that's what I always thought too, is where's all those millions of dollars that 50 people that we're not hiring? Well, they don't go in the budget. It's a difference between how much labor you're actually projecting on spending versus this is more of a, hey, we are keeping open eyes for staffing that could possibly fill these open positions. But we don't believe it's going to happen in 2024 or in the past year, a previous year. So we're not going to put those dollars in, but there's not that fluff, because that's what I used to think is there's all this fluff labor dollars, but there's not. There's the only labor dollars that are accounted for in our budget are the labor dollars of actual employees that we know that will be position filled, and ones that we truly believe that we will fill. That's why she was talking about the attrition of maybe we have somebody that like an IT. We're saying, hey, we've got this person, this position for IT that we're going to fill, but we don't think we're going to fill it until July. So the labor dollars that are in our budget are only covering July, August, September, October, November, December for that position. They don't budget for the previous 6 months of that because there's no expectation that there'll be pay going out for that position. So the budget, that graph right there always bothered me because it makes it look like we're budgeting for 600 people when in reality, we're only budgeting for the dollars we truly expect to spend.
And I appreciate that. Thank you for the clarity. It helps quite a bit. If that then reflected in the subsequent budget, to show where it was never realized that those payrolls were not expended because we didn't have those.
At the end of the year, when we see the actuals, that's the plan to actual, that's your true up that shows how many labor dollars you actually spent versus the labor dollars anticipated.
So what did that difference be, between what was potential, but was never realized, and what would that be reflected in what we're seeing now?
I would say from our, you mean the actuals?
Right.
So probably in our financial
That's coming,
statements.
okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you. One other question, Madam President, if I can. Another question.
And then if you go to the blue book, go to page 25. And 27. So 20, if you look at 25 first, our proposed budget for labor, all personnel costs is $86.4 million. If you flip the page to 27, our total operating budget is 233.8. Okay. I'm just only looking at the operating budget. I'm not looking at capitalized labor or anything like that. So that represents about 37% of our overall operating budget. That is the highest single expense that shows up in our operating budget. So just like everything else, we have to be able to manage that expense as well as everything else. So what you'll see, what you heard earlier is fuel and purchase power is a huge component of our operating budget too. We backed away from that in order to offer a lower overall operating budget, proposal to you. So, but I guess where I'm going is I think we all want to see a lot of these positions get filled. You just have to work our way there. And if they were all filled, then the operating reduction that we have already talked about wouldn't be there, then we would be talking about a higher budget overall.
Well, I personally think it's running, if the ship is sailing well with the 494 positions, even though you have 55 more that aren't filled. Right. At the end of the day, right, just if everything's running well, then fine. But
I would equate it to this. We talked about debt. There's a conversation on how do we manage and bring down our debt based on Nearman in the future. Nearman's life is not going to be there. How do we continue to try to extend it because there is so much debt there? The other part is there are a number of unfilled positions. So how do we go about filling those positions over time so that we don't overburden our ratepayers with additional costs beyond what's necessary right now? So
well,
we'll get there.
The question for another time would be how long or what is the shelf life for those vacant positions? How many of those, in this case, 55 or 59 positions or more have been, for how long have they been held open or they've gone unfilled? And again, that's going into
the number of positions is a point in time. Right. So you always have churning where somebody retires, it takes a while to hire somebody new. You take a time to evaluate whether you still need the position or not. So you'll never be at full staff. That's what I guess I'm trying to say is there'll always be some of those positions that as you go through your work cycle that you always have something open and you always have jobs posted on the board and you always have some vacant positions out there.
So we can appreciate that none of these 55 positions or so were in last year's cycle. That none of them have gone a year vacant. That was a year or two.
There's a chance.
Possible.
Yeah, somebody retires at the end of the year, they wanna, take the year to kind of evaluate whether it's a needed position or not. I would say that we don't have any open positions that are beyond 2 years.
Thank you. One other quick shifting, if we can, please, and I appreciate understanding that better. So in terms of our billing, and another concern that I'm having, and it goes back to slide 16. The billing services that we have, or that we do for the UG, you know, there's been some discussion. We have a line item for what we charge for billing. In other words, we're printing, mailing, ranking, for the paper versus the electronic billing, and what those line items would be. In the event, I'm optimistic here, it's not for this year, that we do move to 2 separate billings, one for the UG taxes, or UG, what do you all call it? Billing service, well, WPA, pilot, track, you know, the UG charges, and of course, the consumption charges for, our electric and water.
Yeah, I mean, so those costs are, I would say, pretty much now in customer service, especially as far as the billing and the customer service time and things like that. Majority of those costs related to that are in Genetta's budget. Once, you know, whenever that happens, whatever, and we do see our costs, I'd say drop, you know, because that, they'll be represented in the budget. And we'll update those costs associated with that.
Okay, thank you, and finally,
So David, to that point, those conversations are ongoing, separated. And we've already had the staff, meeting with the county administrator tomorrow on a different topic, but I've already given them information on, we need to talk about full UG participation on separating the bill. And, but we've already started talking to our billing system, company, Dianta. Staff has already been in one meeting over this. I just need the UG to step up their participation a little bit more so that we can better understand, once we separate, how do we tie everything back together on the UG side so that they're not crippled in any way from unbundling all this, and that we have a good plan for them to work with, you know, once we do totally separate. So, and I did tell that to the county administrator and board is, hey, we don't want to cripple you in any way through any of this process. We want to make sure that everything's went back up on your side. And I know that there's going to have to be some reports that we make available to them so that they can fully understand what it is in terms of account statuses on a day-by-day basis. So they're billing. There's 2 separate bills go out. Customer pays VPU, customer pays Unified Government. We need to make sure that we account for that payment, and then they need to know what the either fully paid or unpaid balances are for all those accounts. Because they don't want to have to buy a billing system. I told them that we can still separate and create a process where they don't have to buy one. But in terms of that information that we give to them from the way our public is going to look like it, we're going to be totally separated. We're not taking payments for them. They're taking their own payments. We're working to completely separate from going forward. But I still need to make sure that the UG fully explain to us what it is that they're going to need on their side to make sure that everything works for them.
Well, I'm excited about that, you know, when this idea was promulgated when I first got, I never thought it was gonna get to this point. But I always thought that the utility, and not to get too far, I'm sorry. But that we were still gonna be the, not only the tax collector, but the enforcer for non-compliance to pay that, even when it's totally segregated. I mean, if they, the UG, are, you know, responsible for their own billing and the collections therein,
Yep.
what is their hammer, you know, for not paying the taxes?
Well,
They
that's-
used us, of course, to
Well,
disconnect.
that's for them to determine what that hammer is, right? Not us.
Yeah. Oh, wow, I had no idea. That's phenomenal. We get bigger. More than I ever dreamt. That we would ever, I mean, really, I mean, you know, I mean, really, exactly. We'll see, you know. That'll be ready to go home, and tell that. Yeah, I know, exactly. We just, overspread it.
Well, you know, what I've suggested is, talk to Kansas City, Missouri, talk to Jackson County, talk to Johnson County, talk to Overland Park. I mean, this is how things work in those other cities all the time. And there's lessons for our unified government there, that they just reach out and then ask, how are you doing? How are you collecting? How are you enforcing collection of payments from all these city and county charges that come out from these other cities? Okay, so there's a model out there that works. Okay, they just need to compete with their sister cities to figure out how to do it.
Great. Finally, shifting over here, the other fluff that I've written down, is the revenue that's anticipated regarding the forfeiture discounts, late fees, and is there, I mean, I don't know if there is a graph that shows historically, I know you have a couple of years for the actuals and the budgeted for, and it seems like these are projected down. Was the slide 27? Oh, total other utility sales, the late fees, disconnect fees, diversion. Tower pole is listed underwater. Too, that there was a water went to the electric. I understand tower pole, but
So there's the water towers that have, some connections on there.
probably. And those line items though for, I never will forget, way back in the day, someone who brought discounts or late fees to me and the revenue that generated was a gentleman that worked here for a long time, was a government affairs person for a long time, who told me then that it was 2 million or so anticipated in late fee. Now it's closer to 3. He's gone on. He was very active with the utility for a while. I continue to wonder if there's something that we can find the revenue for. There has to be a penalty, understandably for not timely filing that. But if there's some kind of way that there's an application, because the ripple effect is if someone's late, as we've seen for even a couple dollars, $4 or $5, then the late charge is far beyond what the actual lateness was. And then there are other fees that are probably captured here to like the reconnect fees. And that's not a part of this financial review and discussion, but to put it out there, when I see these line items, I think about the potential for mitigation because of the misery index that doesn't exactly line up with the penalty or the crime for not paying the bill timely or accurately, and the residual effect on our ratepayer, on our customer. It's a huge, or much bigger hammer to be for the incentive of just paying timely or accurately. And so just a point of policy and not of financial, because yours are the hard numbers here. I've always been concerned about those millions of dollars in late fee, not just because of that line item of what we're paid back, but the resulting other line items, some of which would be captured in this category, for the reconnect and other ancillary charges that we pay.
My question is, this certainly come up in a policy conversation. How does the board expect them to recover expenses? Okay. So, and is it fair because of people being late, being disconnected, there is an expense on the utility side, they have to process those bills, collect that debt and stuff like that. So, and if we don't collect it through fees, which every utility that I know of have fees, okay? Even the regulated utilities are allowed to have fees, okay? So even if we don't collect it that way, then that goes into our base rates. That means everybody's paying for those people, those customers that are not paying. Everybody pays their bill on time. Their cost goes up because people that don't pay their bill on time. I don't think that that's fair to people that do pay, okay? They have to
So
cover
the
the
gentleman
additional,
that I spoke
they have
with
to
this
cover
past
the additional
week,
costs for those people that don't.
$2.39. He's a 50-year BPU customer, lived in the same house. $2.39. He was short on his bill. He doesn't know how. 50-year customer. $90 in fees he's paid. So this balances out somewhere. Not sure where yet, but it
Okay.
balances out somewhere. 90 for 239 short for a 50-year customer who I bet doesn't have 5 late payments, maybe 0 late payments.
And so
That's got to balance.
my story is for a $4 a regular pay plan, and you remember, and then having to go through $4 after missing that after a month. Again, a multi-year customer, and she didn't pay $4. Then we have to go through channels. As you know, I've advocated full disclosure that the board member would have some opportunity to call up and say, hey, we've got a disconnect over at this particular address. We need to have something, and I wish it were part of this line item, which would make me feel a little bit better where we go through this process. That a board member wouldn't have to go through sometimes the bureaucracy, expensive that it is, to ask members of the staff, yourself and others to do something that's so obvious. Cut the lady back on who's $4 over, who's been a regular customer. Take it out of my, out of the board's discretionary fund. Cut her back on, and we will make sure that there is something that, I mean,
Well,
I
support that.
I know you don't.
So David, are you
But
formally
you're right.
asking for that as part of this budget
Well,
process?
it's at the appropriate time.
Well, I mean, we're in it.
We're in it.
I mean, we can't, we're gonna approve this or not approve it at the end of this month.
Angie's got some comments.
This is not the appropriate time.
So I would caution that when the board member is allocating funds to individual clients, particular customers, that there are some ethical considerations, from using the position to do that. That when you're making that decision, instead of it going through the administrative process, we run the valid ethics code.
Well, we would certainly have checks and balances. It would have to be in place. For example, you can't turn James' service back on. There would be someone who's contacted, and that contact would either be verbal or hopefully by email or something. And that in fact, that application would be made. And there's going to be a system, there should be a system of review. We have, let's just throw a figure out. If there's $10,000 that's able, you sit up here and look at the end of the month's revenue, and Haley, you've taken $5,000 for customers that no, there'd be some subsequent, there would have to be a subsequent review for what that was, where that was applied. And me, I just want to cut the bureaucratic expensive, and it's expensive. I mean, the staff makes a whole lot. Resolving a $4 or $2.50 problem with, staff that, I mean, it makes better sense. It's more efficient. It's the expectation I think that many people have of what a board member should be able to do. And there's reviews. I mean, there would have to be reviews, I mean, I'm not suggesting that.
It's still going to be upfront, I believe, an issue. We can talk to the ethics administrator about it, but using your position to allocate those and deciding who to use it to, depending on the story, because as we know, there's often additional information that is not presented to the board member, but with you being the gatekeeper and the filter on where those dollars go, it's sort of, the code talks about using your position for benefit, and so I think you.
And Angie,
could spread
as
out.
we move forward with this, and I would ask you to test the legality of this to see if this even possible.
Well,
It's
it-
possible, but I mean, it's done. I have
Okay,
another
that would
utility.
be my request.
There's
But
other
I think we
utilities
would-
where
we
it
would-
is possible.
we would need to make a request to the ethics administrator for an
Absolutely.
opinion on this.
Absolutely. I mean, so
I think we still have an outstanding request of the ethics administrator
We do.
on the de-unification.
That's said that way.
I'm just trying to screen.
What is our current
Streamline the
threshold?
process.
What is, I was under the understanding that we had a threshold that we would not shut somebody off.
You're supposed to be under 50, Jeff.
Yes, or under.
That did not happen last week.
So,
Didn't happen a month ago.
Hold on.
so actually $50 is the threshold that we have. Unless there's reason that we can go ahead and turn that customer off. $50 is what we like to put that threshold at. But you have to understand, there are customers that live elsewhere that do have bills that are outstanding. And if those bills are outstanding and they don't get disconnected for 2 to 3 months, where somebody else has another type of bill and they get disconnected because they are 50, then that was looked at by our audit team that we were audited. Because if you have people that live in Everett, they have a water bill that's like $18, $20, and for 3 months, they don't get disconnected unless they're late. And then you have somebody else who has an electric and water bill or all electric, and they get disconnected once they're under that threshold. So we do look at that, and so there are times that we do, whether they're electric and water, or whether they're just all water or all electric, we can do that. You like to set the limit there. However, it can be disconnected below $50. Most of what is being talked about here are customers who are either on some type of arrangement, some type of extension, something else is going on. The system is going to look for a certain amount. If that certain amount is not paid, we don't individually, if you know how many arrangements and things we get, we don't individually and cannot individually look at that. But once you make that agreement with us, that you will keep your bill current and you will pay your past due amount, which is an arrangement. And the system is looking for that number, whether it's $300 or $38.57. If you just pay 35 instead of 30.57, the system didn't get what it was looking for. It is a system. And so if it does not get what it's looking for, it automatically will terminate that agreement. And due to the termination, then that system, then that account can be disconnected. But that's how that works, and I think that's what you're talking about. And most of the
Do you not
time,
have somebody physically put eyes on that, on those terminations, or do we just let the machine? terminate?
we do look at disconnections. We always look at disconnections, but termination of an agreement is termination of an agreement. The system sets them up for disconnect. We don't have to look at those because they've already been given an opportunity and they were automatically looked at because there was an arrangement. The arrangement wasn't met. And it's in the paperwork the customer gets as well. But those, the other ones we look at, and that's because of lateness of the bill. And that's what they're talking about when they say the $50. And we can use that as a guide. But the other ones are an actual arrangement. And we know that anytime we make an arrangement or we sign something or verbally give acceptance of that, then we're held to that arrangement. And that's the same way we do it here. You're held to the arrangement that you set with us.
I would hope we would have a human side added, you know, a little more human side to that, a little more, you know, we're a public utility. And that we would be able to access through the people, the board that are here, you know. Somebody gives a call, says, help me out, board member. And then there would be that evaluation as to what went wrong. But meanwhile, the juice is on, the freezer isn't thawing out for $2 or $4 or something because there was a glitch and they're not paying, especially where they've had a good track record of history of payment prior to that. And I would hope that policy will pass muster. I know it will with the ethics commission, that we would have that opportunity for the board to be more directly involved with customers who have that problem.
I think that's what staff is charged with, right? And if it's something that's not working, then I think it's our responsibility to fix it.
No offense, but it's bureaucratic.
Marie's got something
It's
too.
for you to be employed in fixing $4 or $38.57. It just isn't.
I just want to see that the role of a board of directors member, right?
Well, that makes better sense than someone who is drawing salaries.
It's not a role for a board member.
Well, that is that perhaps is where we don't agree. I think that the board member should be there to assist the general public in some interim discussion, and it all doesn't go to the general manager who has a large mammoth utility to run.
David,
and
all of that don't come to me, okay?
One
That's why
customer.
that's why we have the staff and fleet to deal with. That's why we have the systems and fleet to deal with it, okay?
And
It's
we,
not-
and we do, and
it's
we
not.
do make sure that we look at that, and when somebody brings something to our attention, we're looking at it. But, and we also try to make sure that we look at everything and we're equal to all the employees. I mean, all our customers, when they call in or they make an agreement, we have to across the board look at that as well. So if someone calls us, you know, we always assess the situation and then go by our policies and procedures and business practices. But we have a lot, and we offer the customer, you know, options, even though we offer arrangements and extensions, we also tell them about the other programs we have as well.
But I
So
don't
we're
know
always
that.
thinking about that.
What I hope is that if I got a call about $2.50 or $38.57 for $4, and someone is in immediate need, that I say, a call, remember, say, flip the switch back on. That amount plus whatever is held in a hodgepodge out of this amount that we have. And then that review would take place. Meanwhile, Well, and they're gonna have to come back up and pay that 38 or fine, whatever it is, back into that fund. But meanwhile, there's an immediacy that they're not losing their water or their power, that their service has. Would this go on forever ad infinitum? No. Look, you got to bite it, yeah, you can access the board, you got your service back on, and now it's been another week or 2 weeks, yeah, that's it. I mean, you haven't repaid it, and that discussion was had after the review was done. Meanwhile, we don't have to go through expensive bureaucratic channels, and sometimes inaccessible, as we know, there's no lobby. People come here that can't access the phone, they don't get the level of customer service on the phone or online that many of them need. There's no lobby to talk to. They're knocking on the window, talking to security out here. Security saying, sorry, call this number. And so because they can't access it, they're calling the board members and say, well, nothing I can do. I have to see if I can touch with Bill or somebody else too. And the freezer's thawing out. Anyway,
Okay, go ahead, Maurice.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to say, I'm kind of following up what Angela was saying, we have director and officer liability. I would have to take a look at that because since I'm kind of going outside those roles that we have with director officer liability insurance, our fiduciary duties, this is not really part of that fiduciary duty. Has come with your roles as being the board member and total, so that this is a little bit different. And so I need to check, number one, to make sure this is not paying you personally liable for something where, let's say I can't get a hold of you, but someone else can get a hold of you because they have a personal contact with you. Then, one, are you discriminating against me, or are you doing something that I can't get the contact, that personal contact with you? So that's the things I worry about when I hear this, that your role is moving, and we have those roles set for a reason, for obviously for insurance purposes, but also for your protection. So I want to take a look at that. I'm not getting into it regarding the policy of it and what we're doing. I just want to make sure, number one, if you're doing it, that you're not being personally liable for when someone does not have that access. And they're claiming that you only give to certain people in a certain area or a certain demographic, and you're not giving those same benefits, because there's only one. And there's 3,000 people contacting you. How are you picking which one within 4 or 5? I don't know. So that's why I worry about that. You're picking the ones because you know them, and then later on, someone's like, well, he never answers phone I call. And so that's the only thing I'm worried about. And I need to look through that and see what it looks like from our liability insurance policy and make sure the ones you guys are covered for this type of action.
I look forward to you doing that, and I appreciate that. What we can do, since we're going to perhaps monthly connect, make sure that everybody's phone number and address, and that goes to all of our customers, right? So they can't say they couldn't reach anyone. I mean, it has the number and the contact information right there for the board member that they might call and access.
All right.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to cut you off, David.
okay.
We still got 2 more board members.
Well, you can good at disconnecting. All right.
Mary,
Just want to say I had 2 issues in the last week that I turned in to Chris and Kaylee, and they were with customer service and fixed within the day. So, we have staff that help in those issues. And I didn't have to go pay somebody's bill, the $4 they were short or whatever. But with staff that take care of that, and not to everybody's satisfaction. Sometimes a customer doesn't give me 100% of the story that I find out later on. But for the most part, I get a resolution, and I get it quickly from staff. That's all. I'll ask my questions on budget when we get to each division.
This is like Marie said, it's not what you know, it's who you know.
I had questions similar to David's about personnel, and I thought I heard, and I don't want to misstate this, so Lori, I want to make sure I heard you say that you didn't think we had any open positions that have been open for longer than 2 years.
That we aren't pursuing, trying to fill,
That we aren't or are?
are not. So I know we have linemen, that are, it's a constant effort trying to fill positions.
Mhm.
So there may be, you know, a number of linemen that haven't been filled for a while, but if there are positions.
Well, it's double digits. I think we all know that. So.
But that's not what I was saying. I was saying, actually, you know, that we aren't gonna fill a position. We're evaluating whether we need that job to continue or not. So there is a group of positions that we're constantly looking at. Engineers are another one that we're constantly looking at. So,
Okay.
and
So- Noticeably absent from this room today is Dennis, and I had some questions about recruiting priorities based on some of the data that you brought to us. So,
he will be here for his vision.
okey dokey, I guess I'll wait till recruiting priorities for then. And then I did want to point out, because it wasn't pointed out earlier, we've got a new org chart here on page 4 of the budget overview, which brings in a new C-levels chief administrative officer, which as I understand it, for however many years, 3 or 4 years, maybe 5 years, I don't know when Sam left. Lori, you've been performing joint functions of CFO and CAO, right? Okay, and so we're looking, board, to bring in a whole new C-level person into the organization to do this. And I didn't know if Bill had had any discussions with you all about that or not. I personally don't think it's a position that is necessary, given the fact that we have brought in 2 executive level positions in the last few years, with Maurice joining the team and Jeremy's elevation to COO. But certainly want to point that out, because the top level of that salary is $260,000 that we're bringing in. So just want to make sure that we point that out. And I guess it's showing in one book as that's an increase in headcount to the general management section, but then also in that slide you just brought us to, Bill, it was showing as you had 20 positions, I guess, already approved. So I couldn't tell if it was an addition or not.
It is an addition.
It's gotta be an addition. Right?
Yeah. It is.
All right.
So is that part of what's reflected this line item for the CAO in the budget? Is that anticipated, contemplated in personnel? That's
Yeah.
one of the, because we don't have one yet, it's just still being discussed.
Yeah. The position is being put into 2023.
That's reflected here as part of that. $1 million.
Okay, well, then I guess I'll go ahead and start the formal ask, but I don't think that position needs to be added to the general management. So my formal ask is to put that position off out of the 2024 budget. Sure, I know the answer to it, so go ahead and give me my answer and we'll move on to
So my
into the individual.
answer to that is I do think it's needed. That's why it's here.
Okay,
And we've had this conversation between us.
we have,
Okay, so,
yep,
some of the things that the board has asked us to increase our focus around is what this position. What we're seeing in the chart, you just asked about what to know about recruiting, Dennis was here, okay?
mhm,
I think there's some opportunity to make improvement. Responsibility would be also to oversee, customer service and to make hopefully improvements there to put ourselves in a better position, with what we do going forward, the administrative service and utility services are also part of that. This is, nothing new for BPU. We've had a CAO position in the past, so it's not like here's something that totally out of left field. We've had this position. It's been had 2 people actively in the position, and we had an active CAO for a number of time here. So probably close to 15 years or so, 12, 15 years total. For BPU, okay, in the past. I'm looking at somebody at huge administrative experience and abilities to come in and be able to help. I do think it's.
asked and it's been answered. all I have. We can go right into electric operations, I believe is first up.
I mean, I'll let you handle however you want to
Before
go
you go
through.
to that, I still have, I did have,
Oh, okay.
although they may be covered in others, but on page 25 of the one, I noticed a significant reduction in pre-cremation service.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. It's fine.
Okay, on your part, all right. The other one is our insurance services, just a question of when is that up?
Which insurance service?
Well, I mean, we spent about $2.5 million on insurance.
So, so we have different type of policies, right? Our property insurance, we're currently in our market. There's only like 2 companies that serve property insurance in power lines that have coverage. We've been searching for another company to come in and review us. We're currently still going to have Aegis as our provider. There's another company out there we're looking at. We reached out to some other ones, kind of have to do like a patchwork in order to get a full policy together for it to cover up the property insurance. So we're looking at that, but as far as bidding, we use our broker to go out there and pull those insurance providers.
And how often do we relook at our brokers to see, if we're getting the best deals we can get on them?
We've had the same broker since I've been here. I have not went through that process of bidding out that service. It's something I like to look at. But I believe we had the same broker for a while.
I think so. That's why I just wonder over time, you get too comfortable, and maybe not as sharp as a pencil as they could be. So, just something to think about for future.
I appreciate it. I have that.
And Jeff, probably the last 3 years of, I've requested, get all insurance, options that are out there, even to the point to where, basically a single provider to maybe looking at, if there's somebody else that can provide life insurance coverages at a lower cost. Or does it make sense to break these policies apart and look at it that way to see if there's some cost savings there? And
last year we did break some policies apart.
It's becoming a bigger and bigger thing.
I would say the auto insurance for our take-home video vehicles, they have been split. There's a different rider. And also, so our access sport. So our work on for self-insured by access work on.
Yeah.
Insurance. That's a different provider that you. It's really the property is the hardest one to see like how that power.
And I think the thing we've seen is sort of less carriers out there that are insuring utility properties compared to the way it was before. So with that coming down to 1 or 2 providers, that really lessens our ability to go out and capture the market. And then certainly when things happen in Florida, something happens in California, something happens somewhere else, fires, storm, right. So we get the ripple effect from that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're periodically putting eyes on it.
Ready? Okay. First page, our work planning goals and objectives, pretty similar from 17 years past. A couple things on head on, still kind of has, and continuing on our tree trimming work, we'll get into why that's a little different this year than usual. Getting our pole placement project, that's a big issue for us. A couple of newer things I'm going to talk about for the project. We already had some presentations, but the 118th Street project is a big one. And we have the using the street substation, and we do a big project, also about capital spending a little higher this year than we had in the past few years. Moving into the summary of major expenses. I'm just going to kind of go through some of the highlights of those changes and differences from last year. You have any questions, please take the comment and ask. So we've already talked about our personnel costs, our application in 2024. We're higher than our 2022 actually. We actually have had some good success this year with hiring engineers, technicians. I'm just talking about the state struggle with linemen, so we have been hiring apprentices and now 3 apprentices are the 3 apprenticeship program. We are, adding some staff there. Part of the challenge with some of those, apprentice type positions is a lot of them are internal transfers from other divisions and DPU. So we had headcount like operations, but then don't have here. We lose somebody and, so kind of a net zero for the company, but, we have been making some progress there with staffing. Fuel, cost, can you go up? Obviously, gas and diesel very expensive. So you see that go up a little bit. Material supplies, we've got a pretty big jump in 2023 budget. Talking about part of the cost of service study, increase in material costs, increase and all that. If you look at our 2020 actuals, we're really just trying to get the budget up for what we've been spending on our technical material, and also the cost of there. You have the budget for what the actual. So in total, our operating budget operating is up about 2%. We're 2023. Moving down to our capital budget, you can see we're moving from 21 million to 21.6 million. Again, the big reason that jump is those 2 projects, 118 meters, which is, and the Mill Street project, the 118 street meters, but we talked about before, we do have a $2 million economic development grant, an ordination for that project. And the rest of those, that project and Mill Street are going to be a couple of that bond projects. So there's fitting by area, you can see we've got some the biggest increase is again in distribution and our substation area. Again, those 2 capital projects that are combined O&M and capital spend outlay. So those 2 projects right there. So now I'll kind of go into the next section. We don't really have any changes on our 2020 for staffing. We maintain the same low conditions and things throughout there. And then on the next page 7, I'll talk a little about this. So the tree trimming services you mentioned, you can see here we went down from 4.3 down to 3.5 million. That's not going to be less. We're actually doing more. So it's kind of 2 things that faster cycle. We went through the 3-year cycle. We have less growth to trend, so a little bit less trending overall. But the big thing is we don't have an actual completely even 3-year cycle. Try to figure out as much as we can, but some areas of town have more vegetation than others, so this happens to be a little bit lighter year in our cycle. So that's really the major reason for that. So that really was over the cycle. Down at the bottom page, the distribution of parts and supplies. Like I said, that was our big increase. The parts and supplies there, you can see that went up quite a bit. It's kind of closer to our active of what we're going material. Moving into the operating budget detail section, starting on page 11. Not really any changes in the 1900 budget, with the 2000 budget. Moving into the 1200 transmission budget, it's the same things I've talked about. Really, you can see there's several our overhead distribution parts and supplies, our underground parts and supplies. Both those accounts are up this year for what they were last year, so we're zero cost. Building services are up a little bit, and then our treatment services are down. So all that money is fairly consistent to what it was. Moving into 2200 substation budgets, not any changes here. Our transmission parts and supply budget went down. We're not spending as much on that as we were. Some of our ongoing transmission pole replacement things we've been doing. Our computer hardware maintenance, all of our software costs are that is adding up on that year.
increase the cost, and we have quite a few different software packages there for maintaining our test records, do for maintenance records for intern records for, you know, our test. The 2,300 budget, our company gave there's no real changes here, but just as you mentioned, something we'll talk about, much. One thing like operations, has our company basically maintain their new system, that not only the BPU uses, but also all Warren County police, fire, county sheriff, everybody uses that. So this is that group, and this is all maintenance of that system. Moving into groundskeeping claim, no changes. We also run all the groundskeeping services for the facilities out of the service center. So that's all now in those maintenance and groundskeeping. Fleet maintenance group, again, we run all the fleet maintenance out of operations. And you know, fuel costs are going to go up, so our parts and theory parts, vehicle parts, those costs continue to go up. Those increases there. Our electrical engineering budget, 2,700, starting on page 23. Not much here. We are up a little bit on our software costs. We are down on the services. So I mentioned we hired. We're actually a full staff on our distribution group. In that stage, and we're spending less on outside engineering than what internal engineering with that change. So that number is down a little bit. It's a pretty even change overall. Budget. And then our traffic signals group, move that pretty quick. Any other changes or anything you want to ask about? The same increase. 2023 and 2024.
One thing I would add is, we did learn a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, that our area was covered, with regard to this summer storms. You know, we had a pretty massive, service disruption twice this summer. One time, part of the roof blow on the service center, we did learn that part's not going to be able to be recovered for us. But Darren's team at the service center has really honed their process down with regard to tracking the storms, and how we go about trying to recover those costs. And those two events this summer cost us a little over $2.5 million. So we're real hopeful we'll try to recover about. I think it'd be great if we could get $2 million back.
Other questions on that? I'll move to the capital budget summary. Go through these line items. Starting on page 27. The general construction budget. That's where we have our vehicles, line trucks, tools, computer, all our tools, these kind of day-to-day that we use in our daily work. The only real change here from what we've seen in the past is we are up on our electric radio budget. Have our own internal radio system we maintain, and our units are kind of getting in the last round started with basic program to cycle those out and get they're entering their work. Moving down, we have our annual meter program. More addition to that, it's about $1 million we spend on just testing and replacing all these fail testing or fail $1 million there. Our overhead distribution, some of the projects coming up, the pipe program meters I talked about, pretty large projects starting off in 2024. Again, about $2 million of that is covered with economic development funds, and the rest of that would be a bonding project. We have completed our work that we were scheduled for the Rosedale substation and all that taken care of. We have identified some additional work, of course, to be sure the development's going to be happening in that area. So we are basically some new, feeder construction, started. Really next year, we'll be packing material and construction.
The land that was the old sub, is that all been mitigated now?
No, we still have that, there is a line in here for that, but we've taken everything down with the same structures, and it's kind of. Office was done really.
Was the city gonna take that land? The old substation, the old Rosedale substation land? Because I thought at one time there was a discussion of maybe a part
We
or something.
talked about that, I don't think that was involved in the initial discussion, but that's kind of where we're going.
Part of that property up there, Jeff, too, has some of the, we're not gonna be able to. Yeah, there's an underground duct bank system that runs through there that is through the man. So I think that if somebody looks at it from the surface, they see all this, what would be space, there's actually quite a bit of right of way that we need to maintain.
We would have to relocate our fence and their own. But sure, we can do that. Yeah.
Okay, I was just curious. Sure, thank you.
Continuing, our transition pole replacement and distribution inspection replacement project, some of our big ongoing initiatives. That's our annual overhead construction budget, do a lot of our, upgrades around what we spend on, talking about things like fueling figures, adding switch points, and like that. Moving down, you see we have, quite a few customer driven projects, the downtown KGP campus, that will kind of start off next year in terms of our design and building material. We have the yard projects, a big one for us, working on that next year. Customer feeder extensions, things like that, quite a few smaller projects we have developed. Moving on page 28, we kind of talked about that, we're going to do that way. Sometimes, there's some parts infrastructure, the customer is responsible for things on their property, things like that. But a lot of the structure, we have their property, we pay for it, so that gets allocated to our distribution bucket. Whereas the electric reimbursable there, in page 21, those are kind of placeholder numbers. That way, the customer comes in, there's no infrastructure that comes to be put in, and if we got to put it in, we put the material and they have it ripped out. They don't end up reimbursing us and paying us back. So whatever charges we incur, you're going here, and then we receive payment. So those are just placeholders for various projects for next year. Moving down into substation. So again, we have our Mill Street substation will go next year. That's part of our complete facility region expansion that's been doing now and then. We also will start ordering material for our speaker substation project. It's going to be a fairly big project, but because of the time on material, construction on that one will start until 2026 and then finish up in 2020. So both of those are bonded. They're part of that bond that we're mentioning. We'll have our central substation improvements in there. On the transmission side, we don't have a lot of spending in there for next year. Some miscellaneous upgrades, rebuilds, things like that. Our old place. Have some larger projects later on the budget. Couple of years there. On the underground distribution side, we have some feeder extensions out in the Maywood area. And several of the projects kind of along Parallel Parkway State and a lot of that stuff that we can buy. There's all going on, that's what's coming in. That's a pretty sizable road coming in over there that we're trying to account for, make sure we have enough redundancy in our system. down to the five government projects, you know, our typical stuff, traffic and street lights, but we also are continuing to work on the levee rebuild. Army Corps of Engineers appraised the levee. We've had to do a lot of work, you know, relocating that infrastructure and things there. So we'll work on that project in the next year. Lastly, our overhead underground transformers, you know, projecting a pretty sizable spending in 2024, and still with the transport outstanding, we've not. So it's starting to come in, we should see a lot of them in the first part of 2024. Expecting a larger spend again there next year, work that takes it back off, and hopefully more closer to normal level, you know, with 2025. So again, we're, you know, it's a little higher than normal with those substation projects, and the substation project, Wood Street and 118th Street. And pretty flat capital spend going forward, and you know, roughly love it. Any further questions about projects and why I?
Hey, Darren, I've got a question about the streetlight improvements. So that's slated for 200,000 per year for the next however many years, 4 or 5 years. What are we looking to do? Because I know that every board member here gets pummeled every other day about streetlights. That I know that we manage for the UG. I mean, right? And what's going on?
Well, I mean, we have our O&M streetlight account, and we have just for adding streetlights and things like. It also just comes down to staffing. Just
So we're short there.
Yeah, I mean, that's all part of the lineman position. So that, you know, it all kind of they pool. And so, you know, quite frankly, some days we have to go, okay, we're gonna take a crew to go and, you know, do this bigger project, we have to go and streetlight. So try to manage that as best we can. I know people get very upset about streetlights. I talk to them as well.
Oh, you do.
And, you know, we do try to get on those, as best we can. Take the one we might.
One of the things that I know Bill petitioned the city, I petitioned the city to look at a big replacement for. Very expensive. I think our whole estimate of 6-7 years ago was $40 million. We do work with them where they try to find little pockets of funding. What we try to do, for instance, right now, John Kelly over there has identified small dollars, $250,000, but we say, okay, well, we'll give you our pricing. We will help you. You get that money and transfer over here. We'll buy that amount of lights. And then we'll work with you or the PD or somebody. Where is there a hot spot for crime? Where is the over 50 lights 311? So we have areas we know just last need to get lights that are always out there. So we try to use it, but they try to use it in the best manner possible, most efficient manner possible. But I know there was just not long ago a conversation with Public Works there, and his engineering team were involved with their. I think they're starting to rekindle that investigation of how we look at the city, right? Swap out of all of the systems. We fight it a lot. One of the things that the team has done is so the electric trouble owner there around the clock, and they're sort of our insurance policy, right? So if they have downtime, we've asked them to repair lights, and so they're taking on some of that too. The same superintendent that manages the street lights also manages those trouble ones, so it kind of goes hand in hand. Jeff does a good job of getting that out of those things. So it's been a pain point for a long time, and an expensive pain point.
I was looking at those numbers. I think right now we're paying about double what we normally do. So I get that backlog. I had a lot of holes, and you know, just kind of getting it out from that. So that part of it is, you know, sometimes change down a lot of this season, but then we have a lot of hit holes with that oil. That's a little more work to get those back.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, only other thing I'll add to that, Rose, is this has been a conversation that's been well over a decade. part of that for the majority of that time too, so. No, the case we tried to make is continue what we're doing, it's gonna take several decades to replace the whole system. And before we even get there, we'll be going back into certain parts of the city, replacing things that we've already replaced before we get to the other locations. So, you know, I don't know how they can come up with the old $40 million project, which is probably maybe closer to 50 million now, I don't know. But what we told them is, every other community in the metro has addressed their street light system way better than Wyandotte County does, okay? And we can continue to throw manpower at it. It's just put the Band-Aid over certain parts of the city, and it's just really not a good use of BPU dollars. It's not a real good use of us continuing to try to maintain this the way we've always done it. So one thing I did ask once is, okay, they pay for the energy for the streetlights, maybe that can create a fund to go into a streetlight replacement program. So they certainly haven't done that either, so.
Yeah.
So we're still trying, we're still trying to make our case, we're still saying, you know, we got better use of our alignment to take care of our electric system. We continue to build out position to chase this. It's, we're not making up any ground, we're still losing ground.
Thank quickly, just to close out there, and there's no more questions. I think he, you know, he understood a little bit of what they're doing out there. Like to really get the kudos on what's been happening with the engineering function. A couple, 2-3 years ago, you know, we had built some work to sort of rearrange some of that stuff, and now you're starting to see talk about doing complete designs in house with the people they have, which is able to reduce those engineering services. And then what we're gonna probably try to have to start looking to, the transformers are a real pain point, but with the fleet, and this certainly affects Steve's area too, the larger trucks, bucket trucks, large work trucks, our build times are now 2.5 to 3 years, and our price of new bucket trucks up to $350,000. It wasn't just a year and a half ago, we were getting that same truck for $275,000. Steve's trucks, the large trucks are the exact same, with the same multiplier on the price, and you can about send the lead time out the same. So we're trying to be creative with Darren and Jason and work with Randy. I know Randy picked through a lot of stuff we sent over about the possibility of leasing vehicles and how that would work for us. Would that allow us to smooth our costs out? And we wouldn't get these big build purchase prices in January, February, March, when you all are seeing our money in the bank do this, and all of a sudden we've got to put out this large expenditure. And how can we take that fleet program and move it across? It's not so painful for Andrew or Randy. So that'll be the future.
Any additional questions? Not, we'll move to electric production. And the orange store. And we'll hand it over to Doug.
That's my first time doing this. If I skip over something, let me know if you have any questions. Kind of like the first page is about the same. The big thing that we're going to talk about here is we don't want any big curving maintenance coming up. So our budget overall is a little bit less. That's going to get out on the budget. We'll talk about the capital project. I'm going to get back to those. If you look at page 3, we want to talk about the operating budget overall. Any difference that you're seeing in the development is one you don't have about $4 million pictures. At the annual spending, there again is overall reflected in the 86 we don't have any major big projects that we see coming up in O&M. It is going to be a big problem or any big outstanding issues we see coming up. Moving on, if we want to move on into staffing, As far as staffing goes, we had pretty much came down to the level of staffing. We're currently right at 86 people. That is a good number for us to don't see any major increases. There may be some possibility of decline, but I think setting at 86 somewhere in there is going to be a good number for us on staff. Again, if we want to go to page 7. Then look at everything pretty much stays the same when it comes to labor costs. And the general operating for the total services costs, we're right at about the same amount of money. $6,555,000. The total fuel purchase power is a little bit less. We're going to probably not be on quite as much, so we're not expecting to burn as much fuel there. That should be a little bit of reduction in fuel. We'll go over on the next page, page 8. There again, this is the, we'll go down to the turbine maintenance, which is that item 4310. There is the 4 million that we're speaking about, but we're not going to have to do any major upgrades. I think the next big, we're about 5 years out for our next big turbine maintenance cycle. So we'll be preparing for that, but it's 5 years down the road before we have to get back into our turbine. Really, we'll talk about the capital, that's the last item. Page 9, there again, that just kind of shows that we don't have a big major outage in the LNM. There's not much to speak about in the administration. To speak about the administration again on page 13. The power plant, that is the money that we currently keep on hand just to keep the roof from falling in, to keep it somewhat safe, to keep things at least where people can go into it and it's not completely falling down. With Darrow Common, we don't spend much at Clean Air there. There's a little bit of money that we're going to have to do at some point to relocate the telephone communication system there. And at some point, we will have to do something with the telephone communication system, especially if those properties are for sale. Maintenance there again, that is kind of like the $550,000. That is money that's just ongoing to keep the thing at least status quo. We were hoping that, when we got out of there completely and we got all our people out of there, which we haven't done yet, that number would go down. But a big facility like that you still use portions of it does require some.
So who is still at Cordero?
Currently, the painters are at Cordero and the machine shop is at Cordero. That's the two groups. And in the capital budget, we do have some money put into the capital budget to try to leave them out of it, to get them to there. And excuse me, the painters, I forgot about the painters, those 3 groups.
And total, how many is that about?
2, 5, right at 10, I believe, somewhere.
And they'd all go to Nerman?
They'd all go to the Nerman. Some might, depending how we can break it out, we might send the painters where they're more usable, and we might move some of the carpenters to where they're more usable. The carpenters, the painters and the carpenters, we used to, maintain 3 different facility sites. So it's probably better to move them where they're actually being used. So hopefully in the future, we can move them to where they're being more utilized, better.
And back to call for just a minute, when you look at call, it looks like it's in great condition from the street.
Yeah.
It's very deceiving.
Yeah, I mean, it still looks good, I mean. it comes
It's a
with-
testament how they built stuff back in, even plant two, if you drive by the old plant two, you look at it, you're like, gee whiz, from the outside.
Yeah,
Just so I know, some other folks aren't in the room, but we have had this year tremendous struggle with, them and, break-ins at that call site, so. I'm trying to count the other day, but Dennis, I think we've made 4 arrests this year in call, so. Moving on and doing what we're doing with the properties, working with Maurice's group, it's
did it help when the tree trimmers were parked there? It always looked,
no,
Did that help?
we had the intrusions when they were there. There's been some really pretty endless,
ways-
builds going on in there for them to get their things out, and you've seen it all the bottom floor with the exception of one door, and they just climb up and go in elsewhere. So,
let's get it going. Okay, sorry for the interruption.
No, that's good. I think, I can take this up to, page 22, which is brings us in here and the money that we're budgeting for near the maintenance hasn't really changed over the years. In my opinion, we do a great job of proactively doing maintenance after that. I don't foresee anything, that's coming up in the near maintenance budget that's gonna require any big expenditures. We will at some point need to start putting some money into some new motors and things like that, but we will start upcoming years. For that reason, the near maintenance budget is pretty much the same as it been for particularly the 1402, which is page 26, which is human operation. As the same in the past, the biggest money that we spend in human operations, other than labor, is the reagent we have to purchase for the flue gas. I'm hoping that the new SCR catalyst that we had put in on the first layer last year, that along with switching to the NARM coal, we changed our fuel where we still get low sulfur coal from Wyoming and Powder River Basin, but we changed our fuel to NAR, and it contains less of the components that we have to scrub back out. And we're hoping that this year our reagent costs should go. I'm sure we need this again, and we can tell you.
Does the other call just move on the fuel cost more?
It does. It costs a little bit more, but it also has more BTU, so it's not a big.
So there is a return on.
Yeah, and it's also a big return on the way that we handle less ash. So thank you for that question. We handle less bottom ash, we handle less fly ash. So there's that return and that portion of this too.
the other return there, Jim, and, Doug and the team have done a fantastic job of tracking our coal. That's been a topic over the last few years. In fact, we've got quite a bit of coal on the ground right now, which is a good thing coming into winter. The train has dumped its last delivery and will be parked at Airman until probably end of February, March, somewhere there. But with what he's talking about with the better burn rate, saving money on the reagent, saving money on the disposal, but we've also nominated 200,000 tons less. Because it burns better. Because it burns better because of the stockpile and because of the market how it's calling the unit. Aaron's team, Doug's team, Put all that together, they have a much better report now on how the units use.
That was the same one,
That are different one,
But it's
but
just,
it's in the same.
but it's in the same
yeah,
region.
it's just like, it's country mile
Across
around
the
the
street.
corner.
It's actually, if you saw the news this year, in June, the North Antelope Rochelle mine was hit with a tornado. That's the mine we get going.
I think with that, we can go ahead and speak about the capital projects. And the first time I presented about the capital was the board meeting, so here again, let me know if you have any questions. The first item on there is the electric production ferry deck. We have used we're with our smaller staff. We are trying to get some better equipment to be able to get into different areas. Currently, a lot of places where we have to go to, we have to build a gantry. We have to get it, make sure that the gantry's, constructed, it's able to lift what we're wanting to do. Pick up the item, swing it over, get it on a forklift and try to move it around, or sometimes even, get it on a cart and pull it out. So that mobile deck crane is you guys might know them as a Brody. It's just a small deck crane that you can drive right up to a piece of equipment, pick it up, set it on there, and then move it out of the way. And what we've done is all the crafts will be able to operate it, so it makes things a much smoother deal, especially in the middle of the night, right? If I have a piece of equipment that needs help, I can have an electrician and a mechanic come in, and that two small groups can take care of that piece of that problem or work on a piece of equipment without having 5 or 6 people there to actually build a gantry, hang a chain ball. It's just a good item to have. And it can be used at all anywhere throughout our facility. On the electric production auto, that's just a replacement of one of our UTVs. That, believe it or not, the Kubota that we have out there has almost 70,000 miles on it for an ATV. We put the money in there, but we kind of wanted to see just how many miles you could get on. The 67,000 for the electric production work equipment. That is I believe the way I wasn't here when it was done, but I believe that is the final payment for rebuilding one of our big dozers. We had a dozer that needed quite a little bit of work. We sent it out. The first payment was made at $677. It was split in half. This other one is going to be for the final payment. And that'll get us back up to having 3 good operating dozers out there. The other big items, I don't know if I'm going to go through all of them. I'm going to try to hit the biggest one. The CP4 primary and secondary spare nozzles. Our unit, CP4, is a dual fuel combustion turbine. So the spare nozzle, each nozzle has ports and orifices for natural gas, and then just are located in different areas of that nozzle. They have ports for fuel oil. They are coming up on, they've been in this service for a long time, but more importantly than that, as everyone knows, we've had NOx issues with these CT nozzles many times. They've been taken apart, put back together, taken apart, put back together. So what we are proposing is to buy a secondary set, a second set of these, have them in place and use them the next time we go around, install them, get back on a newer set of nozzles, and then take and refurbish the older set out and have a spare set. The big cost savings with that is, as you guys know, if you pull a set of nozzles out and you ship them off, you're at the whim of GE or whomever you send them out to. It's, it could be anywhere from 6 to 12 weeks before you get those nozzles back, depending where they are in the tube. Number 5, we can move on down to number 5, feed water, heater replacement. That heater was original to the plant, believe it or not, so we are pulling that number 5 heater. Feed water heater out. What it does is it warms up the water. We warm up the water in various stages. This is the second to the last stage, so it's a critical high pressure heater. It's just been worn out and it needs to be replaced. We'll have, after we do this one, we'll have one more heater down the road, and we should have cycled through replacing all the feed water. Next one I'd like to talk about is the N1 SCR catalyst layer. We replaced first layer of catalyst last year. This $600,000 is to go ahead and get the catalyst layers ordered. Depending where they come from, the last set came from overseas. So I believe Austria is where the last set come from. And we want to go ahead and get the next layer of catalyst purchased and then budgeted 2025 to install. N1 AccuSafe air slide blowers. These are blowers that can run continuously. They just reached their lifetime, and we want to cycle through and start replacing them. Want to go, if you move on down to the VFD chillers. We have to, our ID fans, they're driven by VFDs who have that are liquid cooled, the variable frequency drives are liquid cooled. There again, these compressors have been on, they run 24/7, and they were problematic when we got them. We did a lot of work to them when they were in warranty, and we would like to take one chiller and upgrade them to new compressors and see if how they hold out, and see if that is viable to do our other stuff. The next big one that we should talk about, it will be a bigger expense in 2025, but we would like to go ahead. We have, I think, 1,500 bags, or excuse me, 15,000 bags. Our APC project, I wrote it down, but I didn't bring a piece of paper, I apologize. The pulse jet fabric filters, they are the last step. They take the particulate out of the flue gas. They have performed very well. We are actually about a year overdue for them. The engineering group has done a great job of taking these bags out and sampling them and sending them out and come back. We really would like to purchase the bags, get them on site, and then budget the $2 million in 2025 to install them. It's a big project. You have to take every one of these bags out, if you will. They're right at 40 foot long, pull them out, replace the cages that hold them, and put the bags in. That will be coming in. Move on down to N1 steam inert. Piping modification, that is a safety item that we do for our mills. We've been having some piping issues with the steam. What happens when you put our coal mills on? You have to introduce steam into our coal mills just to lower the O2 content. So we won't have any emission issues inside of it. The piping is worn out, and we want to go ahead and replace them. The next item that everybody, where some people might have questions about, the CDS reactor structure liners and foam repair replacement. We noticed that in our 2 reactors, we had some corrosion and some erosion in the bottom half, or roughly the cone and 10 feet above the cone. Corrosion just from maybe what we did when we had the old pole. We were going to buy a roll call, we had to introduce, bromated pack, which was very corrosive. We don't know if that was the cause of some of this corrosion we saw, but we do see some erosion that is typical in all circulating dry servers. We haven't got a hard number back what the cost may come to replace, for lack of a better term, the cones in the first 10 foot. We put that $1 million in there, we're hoping that it comes back not near that amount. But we don't know until we get the study back from Riley Lab. Another expense we have coming up is the turbines, sequential turbine, tripping and overspeed. That is a controls upgrade. We got an initial number of $400,000 to put that in. We don't think that's going to be quite the number. That is an insurance requirement that our insurers came back and asked for us to implement. If you have to keep the turbine from overspeeding, if you have a problem of unexpected tripping, say the generator breaker opens, you have to be able to keep the turbine from just taking off. So think of like if you were pulling a trailer up a hill and the trailer fell off. You've got your pedal to the metal, you got to be able to slow that giant mass down, right? You don't want your turbine, just your generator to take off and run. So that was a requirement from our insurance, and we're going to go ahead and get that.
Look on that, the last page, Doug, I know had some questions about it, so I'd ask you just to gather some information about the 2 CT control upgrade. I know the question was, should we spend the money if we're looking at what we're going to do with the units? And so I asked him to talk about that on as far as this last page. He did reach out to the folks that are helping us with our generation assessment. But it does make sense as the short story. If we're going to use the units, continue to use the units. Go ahead and go.
Thanks for moving forward.
I just want to make sure that we understood why. So.
Yeah, okay, so that's a good thing. Everyone knows, if you reach out to Black and Beach, there's 2 parts of a generation study and also the IRP. We've completed the on-site portion with 2 engineers that came up from Florida through Black and Beach, walked them through all our facility. They spent probably 4 days up there with us and a lot more time on the phone. But in a short sum up piece, we reached out to them yesterday and said, hey, could you just break out a little piece of what you might be putting in the generation study? And, you know, they said with the brand of multi-function processors that we have that are no longer available, they've been obsolete for going on 11 years now, not limited production, they've been obsolete. We are using spare parts out of our Quindaro unit that we don't use anymore. It's the same most of them. But basically what they said, you know, not having trained staff and trained engineers, people that still work on that system, everyone that worked on that is now gone out of BPU. And cobbling parts together and finding new spares is not going to be tenable. But the most important says that with the current age of the control system and known obsolescence, plans should be made to change out the control system in a timely manner. So that's just a portion of what they said. I think they see benefit in those units, and Andrew as well, and helped me a little bit saying the benefit with those is more in the capacity, and we have to have the ability to have that capacity.
I was the one who asked that question, and it was just mostly, would there be the return on the investment for, you know, for those units, because they are just like peaking units and stuff. But I understood the capacity. I just wanted to make sure that we'll be able to repay the investments, you know, in benefits from it.
And to sum it up real quick, I think we talked about the payback would definitely be within the 10-year time frame that we.
You want him to go into capacity?
No, that was,
Okay,
I mean, I just wanted to make sure that we had put eyes on,
okay.
you know, that just because of the age of the units and the tax.
As you all know, we've had, you know, kind of some juggling vacancies down at the plant with Dawn's retirement. Tom Lynn retired as the director of engineering, then Lynn came along and Glenn had an unexpected reason to leave. So Doug was in the middle of the promotion process while Glenn was making his exit plans. And I want to just stand here from everybody and say, Doug's come in and done a fantastic job, keeping the thing going while we look for replacement for Glenn, and Darren certainly stepped in and helped out. And I'm appreciative of that too. We do have a person starting, the executive director of the plant will start January 2nd. We're really excited about that, look forward to that, and then we are going to let that person kind of assess the engineering team and take over finding that director of engineering, or there may be some recommended reshaping or restructuring of the engineering department down there. The guy we hired is a professional engineer, so we didn't feel like at this time we should force that. We're gonna let him make that assessment, see what he finds.
On water, or any more questions about electric production?
One thing I'm thinking of, you know, we've had these books since before Thanksgiving. Many of these major topics, you know, and the major capital projects and things have been presented to the board in the weeks leading up to this meeting. And so I think that to the extent, Steve, you want to keep yours high level, and if I'll ask out of the gate, does the board have any questions specifically about the water presentation, I guess, before? I mean, not that we can't ask questions as Steve presents, but I just don't want, I mean, I feel bad that you guys are going into the weeds on some things that, you know, probably aren't necessary for these purposes, so.
And in our capital, I mean, we got through electric ops and
Yeah,
production. I think if we were in the middle of.
Yeah, I
Steve's-
could give a high of the major projects when we get to capital, and honestly, mine won't take very long. So if you guys want to do it, we'll lunch.
Sure.
So,
Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
it's, so Chris is getting lunch now or whatever, so she gets here. Is it here now?
I can hear her and I think she's
Oh,
here.
okay.
Hey,
You wanna?
it'll be quick. if You want me to do it?
Yeah, let's.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay.
All right. All right, with water, I'm just gonna go real quick. We're staying goals. We got a lot of goals staying, but there's a few goals I want to point out. And that is one, completing the 7 million gallon reservoir. Initially, it was supposed to have been completed in this year in 23, but because Kansas City area had a change in concrete in the middle of this project, which is basically postponed it 3 months before they could meet the manufacturer of the concrete suppliers could meet that specification set by the engineer. So it basically shut our project down 3 months. Well, they got back on track, got the roof poured, doing good progress in it. It'll be completed. Honestly, the reservoir mostly be done this year, but part of that project was the 4 million gallon reservoir. They're gonna go in and do some rehab work, because that facility is roughly probably 28 years old, 29 years old, and right in there. And so it needs some inside, needs some work done, so we're gonna get that done. The other one, we are going to bid the contract. We're right in the middle of, like Bill said, about 90% done with plans, waiting for KDHE to give us approval. Whatever we do working for any water mains or any big projects, we got to send it to KDHE and they have to give us the final approval. Certain areas, you know, where there's been industrial work and all that, it becomes a little bit more sensitive because there's super sites and stuff that have been around it that you got to work with. So this is one of those. So we got 2 projects going on with those super sites, and they just take a long time to get through KDHE. So our plan is to get them to eventually get that approval, hopefully in the next couple months, get a bid and start construction, because we need to get going with that project, because the 18th Street Bridge is gonna come down, which is one of the 3 bridges. So hopefully we get done and we'll get most of the construction done in 24, going into 25, the first quarter. And then, the other one is, start the construction, we talked about it, of the grant we got for, the main replacements. We're gonna hopefully plan to spend 5 million, approximately 6 miles. And then the other one I want to talk about is the master plan. Water hasn't had an outside look at our master plan in it's been about 20 years. So we have that, they're working on it, Black and Beach won the bid, they're working on it. So we'll finish that up sometime, probably second quarter of next year. The master plan will help us set where we're going in the future, where we need to add pump stations, water mains, probably water mains, transmission mains. That's gonna probably really hit us. We probably have to do some improvements over the next 10 to 15 years. And then the last one I really want to hit on is completing the KDHE revised lead and copper rule. So we have to have our data collection done for the material list and submitted by October of next year. So that's real important. The staff has done an amazing job. We've kept that in-house. A lot of the utilities around us have not kept it in-house, and they hire consultants and contractors. And we saved ourselves a few $1 million by doing it in-house. And one is because we couldn't afford to go outside. So we did it in-house, and between engineering, between the supervision down at Muncie and the crews out there, we have basically been going through every address, reviewing all the records, and then making all these site visits on what we don't have in our GIS system. Amazing job.
One of the things, Steve, I was gonna give this group kudos for that as we talk, because as we sit here today, they are less than 200 of those verifications left. About 40 of them are in some kind of back rear lot that probably used to be an alley. It's now being taken over. You know, the weather right now is not really conducive to driving equipment back there and getting that work done. And then they have about 70 some, I think, that engineering experts records on, and a few guesses for properties that have been raised by the unified government, and there's still a stop in the yard somewhere. So that group, when you talk about all the verification they had to do, the fact that they did it all in-house, they're down to less than 200 left, and they have to be done by November of 2024. They've done a fantastic job of doing that work and doing it all with their own resources.
Next page, page 3. So our budget for O&M basically went up just over $1 million, and the majority of that is in the labor cost. We talked about labor costs of having how many employees. Well, we, the water district, especially distribution, we went through a lot of retirements and stuff. So there was a lot of turnover over the last year and a half. And so we're finally getting close to getting full staff down there. We went through this about 11 years ago. We did the same thing when we had to hire about 15 people. That's roughly what we've been doing down there. 10 to 12 people we've hired to fill these vacancies. And like I said, that target is always, our levels and always has stayed the same. We're 107 for the employees. The only other thing we did, we made an improvement in distribution. So the last few years, we've had a lot of leaks and stuff on transmission mains and stuff. And we decided that it was time to break the transmission mains and the pump stations away from the other. So we had 2 superintendents running distribution. We've now got 3 superintendents put in. Didn't have to add staff. We just reorganized and then bid the jobs positions. And now we have a superintendent overseeing the transmission line and the pump station, which is a really good thing now. It's requiring a lot more attention. We're going to do a lot more inspections over the years coming, and be real proactive with the transmission because you've got to have that feeds out to the neighborhoods to the smaller units. And for that, I would say, guys, talk about staffing staying the same. I would say capital. I want to go over just a few capital projects, which I already talked about.
I talked about the big ones with the, reservoir and the 12th Street projects, a huge project, but another one that everybody sees, everybody's commented, but we've had to keep taking it out of the budget the last 3 years, painting a 435 tower. That will happen this year. So it'll be, Are you on page?
Oh,
Or 29,
page 30.
30? Okay. Yeah, so that will happen next year, sometime probably September to October range. It'll probably take a month and a half to 2 months to do. They'll take it down, sandblast it, inside and outside. Fix any metal inside if there's any corrosion going on and get it looking like 38th Street. I don't know if I know some of you see 38, it's gorgeous. So that's a big project. We also wanted to talk about, the wall on, raw water pump at, our collector well. We had it go down this year. So we hired a company to bid the project. They pulled the pump. We just got the report back. So, we are going to be making the repairs this year and getting that pump hopefully back in by spring to summer, so we have it. Those are the really big projects that we talked about. The other one is the pump stations. Parallel pump station, we're making the improvements to that. Parallel pump station was put in the early 70s. It still has the original switchgear. So we're putting new switchgear, new transformers, new VFDs, bringing that up to date. So after we do that, we have then updated all of our pump stations where they got new VFDs. The only thing that we have at Parallel, we're going to set it up for a generator. So hopefully in 5 or 6 years, they'll be able to add a generator at Parallel too, and be set for the next 15 years. Other than that, any other questions? Budget, road,
I have none, Steve.
Tom? Thank you. And if you do later.
Thank you.
Got up this morning, turned the shower on, I had water, everything. All well in the world, right?
So Angel was checking real quick, make sure lunch is there, but and I think it is. What we'll try to do maybe maybe take about, I don't know, 15, 20-minute break. Get lunch and then bring it back and kind of have a working lunch so that we can get through everything. That works. Good. Okay. So we've got sandwiches in on the first part of the conference room. I'll grab that's something. Go ahead and get started. Back up again. We'll start with collecting supplies. Here is the yellow book. Go ahead, Jerry.
Thank you. So yeah, on page 1 there, cover everybody else, really, setting objectives. Really one thing that's, the rest of us completing the second half of the year, that's our bridge. We'll be able to do the capital project. Then on to page 7. Operating budget, relatively unchanged. Back 2131, we had to increase that. That was a really low increase. And that's in conjunction with the EMS upgrade and some of the additional licenses and the support. 2240, about a year and a half ago, we had a failure on switchgear. PCC is redundant bed, and we got a switchgear in our building that very unsure. Power, we lose power completely. That's a definitely report that from energy. Didn't want to about a year and a half ago that happened. it identified some issues we had in some of the older equipment that we had back there, so 2240 is something that we originally didn't plan on keeping in there. We had to direct it on, group and substation group, taking several of our equipment. We went ahead and moved forward with rebuilding the breakers. I ordered a new PLC, which will help with, clearing up some of the logic, to the device. So we can figure out how to do things. So that project is nearly complete. We're just at the point now where we're rebuilding, one of the breakers and, ready for switch gear. We're sure going live and going forward. So operational, that was, operating budget, that really good. Changes, I'll go ahead and jump to our capital, because we just have one before we get into the fuel purchase power. So page 15, talk a little about it, it's the second half of the unit. Upgrade, this specific piece is adding some, functionality for it's the internal use along with satisfying some future nerve requirements. Ambient adjusted ratings is something that, we're potentially going to ask. They are going to ask utilities, to monitor that. I don't know yet if we'll for sure be in scope on that, but it looks like some level we'll have to monitor and adjust ratings of our lines in regards to, capacity in that line based on the sounds like something that would probably do in fact 75 over 2 to 25. So we have network modeling capabilities, flexibility, and run some real-time modeling for our system with the operation group, so that'll add some for both groups. It'll expand the P60 to 670 years and so on the line side.
I'll just briefly just on the 1601 purchase power that will pay 14. As you know, we kind of went through fuel purchase power a few weeks back, and so we spent 30 minutes on the stop based on fuel. So, but obviously this is a big line item for all of our other expenses. The fuel costs are generally landing in production area, purchase power costs are generally landing in the supply area. So that's kind of why you see those two separate items that Lori pointed out earlier. We do expect the purchase power energy 3050 account to go up by about $3.5 million. Renewables come down to the 3055 renewables come down about 2.5 million. Batteries fall about 2 million. Purchase power transmission is roughly flat. We do expect to see a little bit better valuation on the renewable energy certificates, the 3600. So you could expect a little greater there. And overall, for the 1601 purchase power account, we do expect that total account to fall by about 4% or about 2.4 million. So that is a big driver as to why we expect the ERC overall to fall by about 9% from 2023 to 2024. So hopefully we can provide some reprieve on ERC to all of our customers, again, based off of some of the lower fuel costs, driving down some of the market costs as well. So again, we expect to see slightly lower costs on the purchase power side. So that's all I have for purchase power. Is the projection to be sustained? So we do expect it closer to normal, than we've seen over the last 2 years. I don't know that we're gonna get all the way back to where we were. The market is much more volatile than it was just a few years back, both in terms of the energy price component, as well as fuel pricing is still more volatile. And when you have a changing resource mix, not just us, but collectively in the electric sector, it brings in more volatility. The coal used to make up a much higher percentage of the overall generation fleet across everybody's spectrum, not just our spectrum. And therefore, those prices will really stabilize. Now natural gas accounts for a much larger percentage. Natural gas is more volatile in nature. And then you throw in the growing renewable front, which just adds a level of complexity in terms of evaluation of the energy itself, because when a storm moves through and those wind levels fall, prices pick up really quickly, and vice versa, when wind levels are high, we see negative pricing, which then is, I think, detrimental to our thermal business of that change. So it will change as we go forward. It's going to get more complicated because it's the nature of the beast. But we do think prices, the ERC levels are going to come back down to where we're at, maybe even a little bit lower than where we're at going forward, assuming there's no major geopolitical issues that drive some of that stuff. But we do have there's changes on the horizon. There's more offshoring of natural gas. It will inherently put upward pressure on it. But we still have a lot of natural gas domestically. Renewables are still growing, those types of things, so that'll help suppress some of that as well. So, from a load growth perspective, electrification is getting pushed by the federal government pretty hard. AI data center type stuff domestically is growing in great pounds. And so it will be interesting to see as that load profile moves and as your generation fleet changes, how that impacts those pricing, and really real-time pricing. And so one of the things we've seen really on the Missouri side is that PUC has really pushed time of use and essentially mandated time of use, good, bad, or indifferent, whatever people think about that. But there is a true value of power each minute of the day. And therefore it does, for us, overnight hours, I would love for you to use as much as you want overnight, because usually have lots of wind, these types of things. But today we're curtailing, we're at 5 PM. We generally need to turn on more resources to accommodate that, and therefore the price is cheaper. Granted, we all like to use power at 5 PM, that's why it's cheaper, but those are things that as we grow, that's gonna change, and there's going to be a bigger push for demand response, and I'll get off topic a little bit. But those will help suppress some of those things if either the residential class or C&I classes are more willing to give in some of those times in terms of using just based off of standard base rate pricing. So a lot of moving pieces, but I do think we're going to see prices come back a little bit over the next few years. So
Yeah, that's why earlier I mentioned the Smoky Hills, because I know that contract came in at a much higher price per kilowatt hour than what we're paying for summer. So it's just a matter of when that contract curtails, then we'll be able to add new with a better price.
Exactly. Generally speaking, all of those renewable products, over time have been declining as a general rule. Over the last 24 months, they've been actually up. But as a general rule, yes, we pay substantially more for smoking than we do for our other resources. And if we had to go get a new resource to replace Smoky Hill, whatever resource type that was, we'd likely pay less than we pay today if we had an evaluation.
Based on that, or that price being compared to someone.
So Cimarron is less than half of what we paid for.
But we have to replace smoking with something to.
So Cimarron is likely lower today than what we could go acquire a new wind resource for. So there was a whole trend where prices fell substantially lower, and now they've trended up over the last 24, 36 months. So they're not as cheap. Again, whether wind is the winner of the day, which is some of the stuff we're gonna learn in the IRP in terms of projections, these types of things. And, but yes, Cimarron today, if I had to replace it today, I would like to talk a little bit more on this whole thing, Cimarron today. So yeah, they're cheaper than Spokane. But cheaper than Spokane, right?
Cimarron was like 2022, and Smokies in the 40s.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so we would hope to be somewhere in the 20s, maybe mid.
Yep. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's right. Any other questions for Larry?
Can I just come back to Jerry for a second? You said that, did you say that with Medicaid piece of the loan? Is that what
The capacity of the lines. It's not. You can't, but the temperature, the temperature.
Oh, okay. I thought you were measuring the line itself.
Well, the weather, the load, all that goes into formula. Sometimes I look lower than it is today. all that. Scientific reason that he can tell you about it.
The current in the line, overheats the line and breaks down, so there's a capacity factor of the line. The transmission lines, they actually almost touch the road in very bad conditions.
There's one more thing that we have to track. It's very possible that, our system, for the voltage level, may not meet the minimum requirements for, not all the requirements, but I'm sure it's some of them will really be asked to. So we'll bring it out that way.
Larger the line, more regulated.
It kind of goes back to now, I'm gonna just, it goes back to like the winter storms, when you're really tough, they cranky lines, they're by allowing the tractor, this wire, and it's through OEMs, at 40 degrees C, and I. 40 degrees C, but actually never find it very good. Fast is important for people.
So they're able to better regulate
Yeah, so they.
moving energy around when they need to.
So that, maybe some of the problems we're looking at, and, in the middle. I mean, the Deere said it's probably gonna set it up, it's not, a lot of power transfer happening.
So it's more for big.
Yeah,
They're pushing
I mean,
out.
yeah, I mean, that's, you don't know 100% know yet, but yeah.
We'll move on, to county finance business. We got kind of, individual, areas here, Brandon here. So I'll turn to Brandon first.
Now, I say Colbert County, still running the same amount of folks. Budget about $40,000 last year. I'm on page.
Okay.
Staffing levels remain the same. $40,000 increase in the. For 24. And most of our overall budget around 1.7. We take care of the audit, we take audits, banking services, we study for actuary studies, for building, and another program, and we pay for some grading services as well. So, every other than that.
And does say that you guys are reducing one position, so that's an open position that won't be filled.
Yeah.
Lost one purchasing.
Okay, and you're going to hit financial funding.
Yeah, so to page 8. We do have the same number of staff, there was, on board. Really, like I say, pretty even, one year to the next, the only difference really is the IRP that you just, discussed earlier, so, for 2024, your contract with Black and Beach to assist with the integrated resource plan. Again, we expect to see that come out, second quarter of 2024, and that's really a one-time type of expense. So coming into 2025, you would not expect that expense to be there again. So that's a 1 every 5 years type of activity that we do. And so for this year, we decided to go outside to assist some of that planning. So other than that, staff level are simply the same and no major changes. So really, the biggest priority is really the integrated resource plan this year. So we'll spend quite a bit of time, going through that. Hopefully we'll also spend a fair amount of time working with Doug as well as the new executive director of production, to make sure that, we're able to meet some of their needs in terms of what they're seeing on the expense side, what we're seeing on the ERP side. We've been a great deal of time on the ERP side, obviously, that's one of our big deals. And so that'll continue, and really just tracking where we believe the world's moving forward, both on a short-term basis, 3 to 6, 9 month basis, as well as 5 to 15 year forecast. So that's kind of a continual deal that we do. Whether we're good or bad at it, it's always moving, and so we're always working on that.
So Andrew, on that, on the IRP, so you guys will have commissioned Black and Beach to assist sort of on the front end of this?
So they'll really assist throughout the process, but they will run a lot of the modeling stuff. One, we'll provide them what we believe some of our forecasts are, whether it be on our load side, and some of those. So they're also doing the generation studies, so they'll give us an idea of what they believe the lifespan and so forth. So it's associated with our current generating fleet. And then they will probably generally provide most of the forecasted, long-term pricing of the different generation types, whether it be how the solar price change, how does the wind price change, how does the different resource types change, those types of things they'll use. We get to see some other IRP studies that different organizations do. So we kind of get an idea of what some of those people are using for forecasting wise. But again, everybody has a different gauge of where you believe generalized load to go, whether it be electrification, EVs, those types of things, as well as the steepness or the rate of a decline or incline on various generating types, whether you believe solar is a downward trending resource in terms of the cost standpoint, and therefore it's more attractive in 2025, 2030, 2040, or what you believe that trend line to be. Because again, the argument is that we're down 90% over the last 15 years on the solar basis. We're up about 25% over the last 36 months. And so what does that trend line actually look like going forward? Are we more in an upward sloping basis, or are we generally still in a downward sloping basis where it's on a little bit of a correction? Again, the United States pays 40% tariffs on solar today. And do we believe those type of arrangements will continue going forward? Will they get more restricted? Will they get less restricted?
those types of things. So solar, for example, the United States pays more than other countries, world solar today. Really driven by tariffs, driven by those types of things, the arrangements between us and China and that, you know, agreeable, disagreeable nature. So there are challenges there, but again, generally speaking, over the long term, we have seen downward trend. And some of the stuff that is really going to drive this kind of thing is the resource adequacy capacity standpoint. And so both the thermal units as well as the renewable resources are going to get some haircuts going forward. And we're yet to see what those haircuts in terms of how those look. For example, solar likely has a really good capacity accreditation over the summer period and a really poor capacity accreditation over the winter period. And balancing all those things together are going to be a challenge because historically we've never concerned ourselves traditionally with winter because the load in the wintertime is substantially less, maybe 20% less than we see in summertime. But as we electrify, as we move more heating load onto the system, those winter loads will pick up. And then as a resource mix change, how is that going to impact it? So SDC is now starting to look at winter loads in addition to the summer loads. So all that's going to be changed. Yeah, they'll be involved throughout. So I think we'll see them quite a bit of the next cycle.
Okay, and so then you guys collaboratively with Black and Beach will develop this plan. And then what happens from there? I was never here with the last IRB.
So, and we will be doing it different than we've done the last two. And so the last two really, we've done in-house. And really those we've done in-house because we've already made the investment in here, right? We've already made those investments, therefore. The idea that you can walk away from those investments. Span of time, we're likely not great enough to my opinion, $7 on outside people. We're at a point now where things are changing again, and we think it makes sense to get a bigger pool of ideas into the mix. And I would say that most utilities do contract this stuff out, whether it be through PPA, whether it be through other. And so the way we'll see how exactly it goes, but there will be places for education sessions with the board and then learning from the board in terms of what their perspectives are, what their preferences are, what their needs are, and try to incorporate those into the thought model. So the model won't just have obviously one run. It'll be a lowest cost basis. There'll be hey, we want to cut the CO2 emissions by X% by X date. What does that cost? So there's going to be these different things, and you guys are kind of be asked to provide some input in terms of what matters to you. Is it green? Is it resiliency? Is it location based in terms of I want generation here locally? All those things are moving pieces, and everybody has opinion as to what's the most important thing. If it's strictly cost based, then strictly cost based. If there's other parameters that are important to each of you and the public at large, then those are important too. So I think it will be an interactive approach as we move this process forward. Right now, we're really at the data gathering stage in terms of looking at our historical data, looking at some of those things and providing those so that they start getting the model set up and those kinds of things, and then we'll start incorporating those thoughts into that model to see exactly how each of those changes impact what we believe the cost will be, right? These are all believed costs. None of us know exactly what 5 years, 10 years looks like. These are what believed costs are being based off of some third-party provider information on costs.
We're still out there. We had a kickoff meeting with Black Beach and we're scheduling and see what it looks like. We've been working with us. We're still building up that schedule. What this was like. You guys' involvement in the actual involvement. So we're working with them still. We haven't really nailed that down. So we're still like leaving December, so we can meet with Black and Beach and Bill, it's like, what does this look like for involvement here, the involvement with the public, and how, based on their experience, we're going to proceed with that, so.
How quickly are we gonna see that schedule being done?
Probably sometime in December, hopefully December.
This month?
Yes, yes, yes. So,
Hopefully not a year.
no, we, Bill said earlier, we want to have this thing. Probably,
Just like done, what's done in July.
the complete IRP, so the actual study. Study will come back to you guys, say, hey, this is the study, and like, how we're rolling that process.
I will come to you before then, speaking forward, into the process. I think I did, staff and Black and Beach most of it, to make sure we move this along far enough to be able to, maybe take a look at enough things that may potentially come up later. So when we come to the board says, okay, we'll say, here is a list of things that as we know today. What do you feel about this? What do you feel about this? What do you feel about that? Hopefully we'll be far enough along too that we can answer questions that you may have as we continue to select, make decisions about where we go with your input. You know, people throw stuff at you, and then you're coming back and asking us questions that we're ill prepared to deal with the question. So we're trying to at least get this farther down the road. You know, we gotta understand ourselves before we sit there and we're in the process. Like a beat about decision based on, but you may come back to it quickly, but why there's no impact. Quicker and then move forward.
We have Becky Waldinger, Director of Purchasing, down with us, so I think we must take us through the purchasing forward. So on page 13, I believe, summary of what we're using the board's responsibilities are, and basically that first section just says that we're working, our priority is to get the right stuff to the right places, at the right. Obviously, there's a whole lot of things that go into it. Like the fire people. We have by the operating one, so we can then proceed to the budget is 96% labor, so staffing is most of what we. What comments on staffing, we've been understaffed last 2 years with several unfilled vacant positions. And last year we had quite a few retirements, so it's just that we wanted to understand about that. So did some realignment within the purchasing group, and we pulled Kurt, I think Randy said that earlier. We moved Kurt Hassner over from the county, and he's the purchasing manager. For a couple of months, but I can tell you that he's already, he's got a lot of knowledge in addition to a lot of stuff. So it's definitely. Our budget is labor. Uptick in labor. We're looking to go to 5 positions.
Comments?
Saying that there's 44 in the department for personnel right now. Down.
So that's purchasing and storage, so yeah. So there's five in the purchasing department, and the rest are storing purchasing. Okay, we're going to go to compliance. Very nice, red book.
Okay, we'll go ahead, I'll start with page one. You remember we went over the goals and that was last year about kind of highlights from that, we got a couple of things coming up. Environmental period work that we talked about a lot, we had the side, that we were current monitoring that situation. And also monitoring a couple, in these regulations coming out, including outside council and, outside staff and, those regulations, and we also provide comments during the time. Non-compliance side, we're planning to receive a audit notice probably at the end of 2020. Prepared for that. As you remember, we established a new program called insurance. We will be audit in between the audits we have internally and forward to share us. There is benefits you get from finding it yourself. We're doing that right now. We're expecting the audit to have certain requirements that will be in there. So we hope to have some, we're going to find it, we find it, turn in and say, hey, we have this up for it. I think we get a little bit better outcome than having the auditor find it. Last thing here in the goals and objectives is we're continuing to go through that enterprise risk management piece and continue to apply and manage risk. We also have internal auditing. You have some of those that occur, those findings and on the action items. After that, you go ahead and monitor those and make sure they're completed as. So let's turn to page 3. So not much change here. Our budget's basically similar to 2023. As you can tell, personnel takes up about half of our budget. We also have significant costs and services that we're most of our cover. Staffing remains the same. You see on page 5, okay, staffing. Into page 9, this is where we kind of take it out. Corporate compliance division right there. There's not really much any change. Most of the costs are coming from the legal services, the auditing services, and risk management. Those are our Vivian Brown, our internal audit consultant, and also our risk management consultant, and it kind of works hand in hand with our broker. So that's where those costs come from. That's where we use those type of services at. Next is the NERC compliance piece. Not a ton of movement, but there is some costs that we have in there pretty significant. One is the cyber vulnerability assessment, the requirement by NERC that we have to do as part of Dairy Group with DLAB. We have that budget basically. We have that budget in our allocated in our budget. Also, the automation of access control. We've been trying to wrap our hands around our access control here at utility. It's all kind of ad hoc right now, how that works. It's a lot of, takes a lot of personnel, a lot of work. We'd like to automate that process to make sure we don't have any process, so we're moving the automation. So when somebody's hired, somebody's fired, it's an automatic process, and so you don't have someone that has to do something in order for it to occur. And so we're looking into automating that process, it basically adds another layer of internal control to make sure we're not skipping anything or missing a step as part of our plans on how we will implement that requirement. Next is, we're moving on to environmental services. That is our non-air side, that's on page 11. Our non-air side is, basically everything that's not emission. And so there's not a lot of stuff here, but I want to bring it down to groundwater analysis and miscellaneous. That's gonna call it. We have ongoing monitoring of groundwater monitoring wells. And so we still use those wells. We are required by our permit to have those wells. There's some analysis that go ahead. We pull sample all the time, and that's where we've worked at that cost is located at. You wanna turn to the next page, and we'll move to page 16. Jump ahead, we'll move to the air quality side, the air side with our emission. So most of the cost here is due to, as you can see in environmental services, right under the testing services, our air emission, our equipment, our monitoring, our calibration, all that, how we monitor the power plants over here, all that's done through services. So we have people come on board, they calibrate the system and make sure we have required to make sure our system is working for the monitoring purposes of that. And so they go on board, they basically make sure all the requirements and testing is completed. That's the service part of it. Go to the other side, page 17, on the 2300. That's the maintenance part of that equipment. So there is a maintenance piece of that equipment that's well, the maintenance part of that equipment, of course, in the end is service. So sometimes it's the same company, it's not, so we have to provide it separate. Both of them were required by our air permit to have, and so the calibration and the random testing is already occurring on an annual basis, but actual maintenance of that is occurring as well. If you scroll down the rest of the permits, we have a number of Title V air permits that we have with our units that we have to use with, because of that's been causing that air. And so that's about it from the corporate client side. Do you have any questions during that? Appreciate your time.
And next up is customer service.
Get started on page 9. Our customer goals and objectives, section of life change, and alternative policy systems and options. A page of data policy system. Looking forward to the we're testing and preparing for the new MDM implementation that we're going to have. And with one of our certification programs, we're going to add some things there to just help explain that program for our customers, and maybe add videos to that. So there's a couple of things that we're looking forward to. If you would turn into page 5, with our staffing, you will note that our staffing is changed. Everything that we did take into position. On to page 7. The summary of our claims from the budget, and note the differences. Notice in total personnel costs on claims there is an increase of about 161,000. That is the biggest increase that we have. The other one you'll note going down is under 70, which is our banking staff and treasury. That in that group is our online payments, and sometimes that cost does go up depending on how many people we have to pay off. And then we just have a new membership, cover in that area is 5,500. And then we're going to office supplies, we had a little increase there, 250. Excuse me, in fact, at 4010. So overall, you'll see the increase is 6,074,662. So it's $166 and $100,690.
General questions. Long-term care, I thought you were staying with the long-term care, I thought that changed a couple of years ago.
It changed a while back, if you wanted to keep long-term care, but before you can,
We're paying 50%.
yeah. If anybody
Who want it, it's not everybody, it's just those who choose.
yeah,
And the number dropped drastically.
yeah,
Right, so we were covering all of it.
and we're covering the
Okay. I
And
couldn't,
then, yeah, we were.
I kept looking at those figures and I couldn't remember how that.
it's harder and harder to find your carrier, for long-term care.
Exactly.
So, you know, those that have it, get that in, keep it.
Right.
Okay, the next group is donation. So first.
This probably goes. I don't know. Why? Trying to page 4. So 4 and 2 was not that much different, other than talking about the offers. I had to approve my proposed 2024 budget, so we're talking about the added position in labor. Typically, we got the PAO position with that, but also the other three too. Fully funded the old position, so last year we didn't have a fully. Without the nutrition part of that. But now that you're, three increase with it, $50,000 to 100, $100,000. They are really not get spent. The department, the data, the $5,000. Dollars there in that case, I mean, if I get $10, I'll just spend my budget the whole. Get money from that. I'll take a position to go on our own without being by another. You're not on with that dollar in there. Other part on the sponsorship fees is I've added additional dollars to the sponsorship that we don't consider maybe right. $35,000 additional for scholarship. 50,000 for scholarship support directly to high school for one account. Another 25,000 yeah, help support those that were able to pay back to our internship program. We help dealing with some of their college expenses. No, there is like $2,500, you know, included and stuff like that. So it's not. Yeah. I had to budget. Those are the only changes for look at you can do the details on the federal audience fees and scholarship. back on someone's sponsorship, I didn't touch those. Over, so a lot of nonprofit groups in Warren County. We'll probably do go with it, so we can't get it now. Find out people pay their bills and, correctly, that became a priority on Congress before the non. Take out filing, we did make a lot of the all of our classes. This year, I'm already, we know that, I'm already. Being in the community, taking back on the 51 report, so back to where we were. I think, people respond to the in the project. Really, sponsorship, all the way.
So then we use that pot of money that was left over for, when we got those, we usually, took that.
Rebate program?
Yeah, did we use whatever was left over in the sponsorship money, or did I just dream that
I
out?
mean, yeah, so whatever the remainder for 2023 was.
We did, okay. So it went to the community basically
Yeah.
anyway, so.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're keeping track of that, and I know when we were talking about the only rebate program. Perhaps we laid out that PowerPoint. There's all the things that we're involved with and trying to get, money is not coming directly from DPU. But here's the message on what we're trying to do in terms of all goals and state positions that's available to people on the community. They, the lead program, dollars will be available this month. Educating our funding on that.
Yeah, so he starts taking applications here in December, so,
2024, that utility rebate program is community wide budget. We just use the sponsorship to get to 2023. I think we did that.
I mean, it's going to the community, so that's what it's like to me.
Yeah, overall impact, if you look at the GDP, it's going to be other than the whole. Look at roughly 1%. Like. All right. Okay, so. Here's the low impact.
Well, and back to the, look, I have no issue with having lobbyists, right? None whatsoever. Very helpful at times. You know, I would like to see, if we're gonna allocate $100,000 for something, we've talked a lot about you guys pursuing, various state and federal funding that's available. And there is, you know, a specific, skill set that is associated with grant writers and people like that, that know the ins and outs of these programs. And lobbyists aren't those people. That's a completely separate thing. And so I have a significant problem, you know, allocating resource for specific to lobbying versus specific to, you know, consulting services to go get that money. And I think the UG is looking at it wrong. That's how they're looking at it. I think we just need some lobbyists.
Rose, I think you know, that I've been quiet on speaking to find out that, yeah. And even, I'm saying, okay, I'll have a placeholder here, it's not a guarantee, we'll spend no dollars, but in partnership with the UG, because all of our past efforts. We paid either half of the lobbying, fees, or those times we paid all of it, we got nothing in the So I'm looking at it, yeah, the dollars may not necessarily go to lobbying, you know, let's go somewhere else, then we'll probably bring that back to the value of dollars. how we can ensure that we can get something from state or government. Met with a grant writer just the other day. Things I talked about earlier, so the application for made to the state was really good this month. She's already part of that, so yeah, I agree with you. And I think the knowledge and the better to try to secure funding that.
Knowing that there's a higher probability that there will be some dollars flowing through in 2024, that we, from state, funneling through the state, or something. Have we allocated any dollars anywhere in any budget books specifically for knowing that we're going to have to spend money to get the money in?
Well, other than staff time, I mean, that's another place I can go with this one without.
But that would be the only place that it would.
That's the only.
Okay, that's all my question was. Have we set aside any money specifically for pursuing the grant now?
So for the last, most of the year, most of the early part of the year, it was off with our state law here, we don't have kids with the shot. Working with the state, everyone's been in how many dollars of the state. So, I didn't want to go out and hire people too early.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if we had allocated any dollars in preparation.
If there's something else that comes up, is that, the additional resources is not here. I think that somewhere in the budget, there's some flexibility to come back to the bill to say, we'll do a budget transfer, and we're going to go out. That's not law.
Just to bring some like with 5,000 for APPA. Is that a standard? I mean, I'm sure they said that in terms of the size of the utility for prescribing numbers like white pay or whatever, whatever it is, those that apply. They give guidelines, I'm sure they do, or what their expectation is.
So APPA is happening to have people on the national level. Work with KMU, KMBA, and state level, we have to apply for the contract with you, which would help us work with the various state departments and if it's going to go up in more than in January, they help us in all those kinds of, but they did. They're helping us open doors to the people at state level.
And with United Way, years past, we've been participating, but is that no longer a line item for no longer?
It's in the utility line, so we'll get to that.
Okay, I just saw those various sponsorships.
It's too much of the chief budget on this very board that I am. No, there are other places where that.
Next tab, and that book is administration. Actually, what we can do here today, but basically administrative services take care of, this building here. As well as they maintain the document management system, and our overall utility wide property program. So, page 10. They have an overall budget about 3.3 million, it's down 500,000 from last year. Pretty much active and doesn't is another half is related to the labor itself. And then the services that we have there are the maintenance basically for the document management as well as the copy release program. Our staffing levels still the same at 10 people on page 11. on page 12, looking at the, line items there, there's, line item in the middle page, 2011 copier services, so in years past, we had outsourced basically the person that was associated with running the copy center. So we have, got that back in house. And we were able to do that when, we did outsource the printing of the utility bills. So, we now handle all the copy utilities, within the staff that's already, employed in the jury structure. Overall, let's see, page 16, just looking at capital budget itself there, so the facilities and improvements, there was about, 5-year plan related to, improvements that need to be made in the parking garage. So, 2024 is the 4th year of the 5-year plan. There's a lot of concrete work and things like that was been done over the last few years. And I think the worst is over. There are some projects that still need to be completed. And then those have a little bit of money in there just to maintain some of the office furniture that's needed to be replaced or some of the needs, expansion and things like that. And then the administrative service technology is related to programs associated with our document management, kind of increasing that capability within that system. Any questions?
Questions, I have a comment, Jody made that little video area out there when you come in, just, yeah, you walk down the steps and you kind of take a deep breath.
Yeah. And then you do a good job of maintaining, keeping power going. That's really good. Okay, so Patricia, you want to come up to the table, and get the tree steers and over the utility. Oh, I'm sorry, David.
Go do Patrice, go ahead.
Okay.
I'm done. Good night, everybody. It's got.
We're skipping over marketing tab, the run utilities.
On page 23, utility services, our department is, including city council, energy efficiency, renewable energy, and internal pay for all our goals and objectives. And I'm gonna be here real short, David, when you're ready. That's fine, it's really simple, it's to the point. It's only one change in here on page 26. And that is under the, account 8020, no, 51, sorry, for the Mayor 5 Management Program. Going from 90,000 to 120,000, and that's the payment for our resignation program. That program started last Friday for our partnership with Habitat KC. The letters went out on Friday to the list of elected first round. Weeks or months, we should have a report on how that's. Great. Okay, good point.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Right now.
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment for Patrice. I'd like to say, I appreciate every time she steps in when we need somebody to do something that's, she stepped in to help with the program from the state for during the COVID times and Kara. And so just want to say public and thank you for stepping in when you need help. Thank you.
Volunteer for a lot. I'm not just saying that, I'm not saying that.
Stop volunteering.
No, I'm not saying that because of the football team. You don't volunteer a lot. So I'm a little bit late, I know Patrice had a little work to do, so. We did have a EDF grant requested by them. I know we're at the end of the year, I've been pushed that. To 2024.
It's gonna have to be pushed.
Okay, I didn't want her to leave, I didn't want to leave her today without.
It's gonna have to be pushed.
Okay.
Jeff, you guys wanna entertain it? You guys wanna throw another meeting in, how about December 24th?
What do we have?
No, we're gonna say,
The housing project request for 350. I heard on the application.
Well, I know we already got our schedule for Wednesday, but what about the following? Do we have plans for a work in a pre-work session?
you mean on the 20, whatever, second meeting?
Second meeting, yeah.
All right, that's your own entity.
We can, I may be late, I think we should, is there a rush that needs to be done that you're, or can it be
We've
put
been
off?
here all year.
Huh?
We've been here all year.
No, that's why I might get last minute, if we have to squeeze it in, but if not.
You don't have to, it's fine. You know,
But that's just the committee. I mean, you couldn't even get it before the full board.
No, it would, that's the thing too, is if it's just a committee meeting on that, then it wouldn't come for the full board until the earliest, the second meeting in January, and that's gonna be a different board. So you might as well push it off, and that way you can have the people who are gonna be feeling it.
so, and I'm one of the reasons today, I'm not everybody here, and it's a little trading, you know, trading, they're all back up with the developer, and I'll know that. Got the application, we're in some sort of committee, but the applicant over the year. When did you receive the application?
Couple of months, there was a lot of things on their end they had to buy. So we finally got it. So they're good.
Where's the water?
Yeah. Yeah. The water thing, there was an issue with the water.
Get the request, she's got to go to electric and water, the process, that's what's gonna be our cost. And lots of problems, so it's only they look at that and get it back to the tree, then she can turn around and get, okay, we'll get to the turn off, and that, take up with it, for the time. The developers, we may take, say, 60 days before we can, if we think package, we're just, before I can turn on and think, you know.
I got that they're breaking ground before February.
So. I don't even know if that's made it through. There was some question about what they were trying to do with the units and whether it was gonna be about. And then. There's a significant concern about the water, which doesn't have to do with the meter.
All righty, marketing, corporate communications, same colored book, wherever this is, Sam, and I don't forget, but page 17. Just basically, your plan goals, objectives. You guys have seen this before, ongoing, like massive department of 2. We do ongoing, media relations, communications, marketing of products and services, our website. Spending a lot more time at Topeka than we have in the past. We've got a couple of trips coming up here in January. One Bill and I are going to, another one I'll be going myself on some things. And then ongoing work with our federal legislators. Got my open records requests today. We had during the meeting, I had 2 TV stations called up about the lead copper rule. I mean, so there's something going on. So it keeps us pretty busy. Budget on page 18 is identical as last year, really. The only difference, slight difference, is that some of the insurance costs have gone up a little bit as far as covering personnel, that type of thing. Department, we eliminated one position this year, moved that to the GM office. Maybe we'll open that thing up, 2024, look at building that 2025. Budget, like I said, is about the identical. Some of the key things, the high initiatives we'll be focusing on. There are federal dollars that we'll be looking to pursue. Some of it's not gonna be available in 2025. And even farther at all, it's a moving target at the federal and the state level. We've had some serious discussions at the state level. We're applying for some dollars here yet this month. But there's only like $13 million over a 2-year period for the entire state on the electrical grid. So it's not a huge amount that we're going after. There's some dollars we're gonna be looking at going at in some other areas, but it's gonna be like some of them will be a year or so away. So in some of this, there's a lot of different hands in it. Even the state, talking to KCC, there's some things that they're gonna be managing with the Department of Energy has to sign off on yet. So we're just following them as they go along. Community presentations have really ramped up. I probably do 2 or 3 a week, a lot of times at night. Just had one recently at a church. So there's only now after post-COVID, there's an opportunity to go speak to more people in the public. However, it's small groups. You know, you get maybe 20 people, 15 people, not a lot of folks out there, but it's still trying to get the word to get heard. We talked a little bit, Bill alluded to customer research. I found a research firm that's just really solid. It's called the ETC Institute. We're going to use them this time go around. They're local, and the reason why they're going to use them, all they do is utility and municipality research. That's what they focus on. And pretty much all the water utilities in the greater Kansas City metro have used them. Electrical utilities in the area in the region have used them. So they know our space. So I think we're going to get the very best survey we've gotten in a long, long time. The goal is to get this thing rolling so we can have this thing buttoned up at the end of the first quarter to present the findings to the board. Other thing is we're looking at doing more email marketing. The postage costs have really gone up. There is a large segment of our customer base that still like that printed version of BPU Connection. We're going to do that quarterly instead of twice a year. People like that, but it's a chance to get our word out quicker. We're also going to start emailing a lot of information out, and then the customer can still have the opportunity to opt out if they want to. At least we're going to start pushing things out. And so if Andrew's signed up, I got him emailing him a BPU Connection, he won't get a hard copy, but he'll get an email version. So there's some things we're going to set up, and also the monitor for quick views and so forth, because we do have requirements, for instance, with the water quality report, that's got to touch every one of them, because at least the opportunity for them to get it. So we've got to find out to make sure that that's getting to everybody. Whether they read it or not, that's on them to be happy. The last thing that I have here is some of you on the board remember the Empower Education program we had with the schools. That was part of their curriculum, and that was nationally recognized on a lot of levels. I hired a professional curriculum writer at the time, signed off by the State Department of Education. That thing had a good long 3.5 years, and it just been kind of finally died out. I've started to have conversations with all 3 school districts about re-energizing something like that again. So we're going to spend some time in the first quarter having discussions with the school districts. What makes sense to build up a school program again, but now that we're having more of aggressive intern program, we can tie it in with an intern program as well. So I got any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Where is the connection? I mean, that we're talking about going to a more
Electronic? Yeah.
Where is that reflected? Because
That's in here on page 22. You'll see it there, the 2170, outside printing and duplication.
Does that anticipate the increase from this year at what at biannual to quarter?
Well, I'm gonna have to make work, and I've never gone over budget. I always and I'll make it work. So yeah, I'll just have to move some things around, but postage keeps going up. That's what we want to get into more electronic. Printing costs, whether I do 4 pages or 8 pages, normally we're about 6 to 8 pages. There's not much difference there in that, but still printing costs, anytime you go print something, you're looking at about $12,000 to $14,000. So I'll manage it, we'll make it work. It's something that a lot of customers hang on to. They refer back to it. We're trying to make it, I'm redoing the graphics a little bit coming up, so you're gonna see more graphics, less copy, because people used to get their information here, where they want light on copy, but big on graphics and visuals. So we're getting ready to put this next version to bed now to get out before the end of the holidays, and then we'll start on the first quarter for 2024.
And, you list personnel costs, let me say, there is no one who has been more involved out of that in terms of, I mean, if I hear the name David Cowhall, I mean, everyone, you're the go-to for so many, entities that I would, and I appreciate, what you do. So, I really do, I hear quite a bit, almost as much, if not more, than what you're doing. I say, here, David Cowhall's name, in different areas that you can.
Well, it's not all bad.
No, but I look at the personnel cost, so how many, of you are there?
Myself, one other young man, Nick Moreno. So I'm turning some different things over to him. For instance, we're gonna be having a program called Mind Meter that Jerry may talk to later on. So it'll replace like Energy Engage. It will also be an app feature. And Nick's of the age where he was born and raised around computers compared to this gray-haired guy. And so Nick's gonna I'm having him take ownership of some of those type of things, more in the high-tech thing. He's a great young kid, been with me a year here. He's bilingual, born and raised in Argentina. So
For the last year, department is the staff too.
Nick and myself, yep.
Okay, all right, and, some of the services, looking still at that line two, 717. You may have said what some of them are, but what, just to highlight what some of those might be.
Where are you at, David?
Page 18, the second line, we got personnel cost, you and Nick, and then services.
Okay, go detail, go to page 20.
Okay.
Okay.
That's pretty.
And actually go to 22, we get a little more detail. Go to 22, so it's talking about outside printing, and creating design for DPU connection, direct mail, our website is a very robust website. We are updating those weekly, sometimes almost daily, updating the page, the hosting on the website, marketing of any products and services and utilities out there. Recently, they just launched this partnership, though it's not a big audience outside right now with Habitat for Humanity, but I worked with Patrice on getting that program a name, okay? And in making sure that it's got our brand as part of it. So there's other departments that I work with. Our department's really kind of an in-house marketing firm for everybody else in a lot of ways, but that covers that up too.
So, still on 22 then, so all line item for public relations, how does that differ? That's in that section that you referred us to, Dave.
Yeah, I mean,
Public and corporate communication.
right, so that's a lot of the stuff that's more hard costs, that's for instance, we've got a lot of creative design we'll do on certain programs. So some of those dollars I might not need next year, but I would need more of them for, as we, do additional DPU connections. So,
Can you move some of that? over
sure,
to the-
I mean, we're not, yeah,
BPU connections.
Right. you bet. Issues management comes up, and that's more time. Once in a while, we have to create something. Our biggest thing, and one of our biggest costs is the website, but it's our cash register. Because we have a lot of people go online, and that thing's got to stay up and running. They're going there for information. So we got to keep that going and timely. We just changed 23 pages. We use heat mapping where people are going to make it more user friendly and making numbers clickable and added buttons and things like that.
That's kind of an ongoing deal, and we're gonna keep doing that, so. Okay. Any other questions from the board?
One question, but a comment, so for the board, so if you look on 22, number 2990. That's the youth program, we do the summer youth program dollars that, we've been doing for quite a few years. I would hope that the board would entertain keeping that on there as long as possible. If you've ever gone to any of the celebrations at the end of the summer, or the youth, you know, the Rosedale or Argentina, or any of those, you know, that have worked with the youth, and just listen to the stories of the kids that have been able to go through these programs. It makes a huge impact. I mean, I've got, I don't know how many kids over the years that their parents were there and said that basically these kids went through this program, they get paid to work, you know, at businesses in their community. And they take the dollars back and help their family pay the bills. So it's very worthwhile.
Didn't we talk about actually increasing those?
Yes, and we could never get a consensus to do that. It has been that number. I cannot remember what it's increasing since I've been on the board. So for 13 years, it has not increased.
I think it was not too long ago.
Little, yeah, it's too long ago, but these are the dollars I have to work with. So what I would do is,
You want more?
it's not a problem. I've always liked more, Miss Mulvaney Henry, absolutely. But what I can do is, this coming year, I can move some dollars from here to here, because at the end of the day, what you're approving is my marketing communication, right? And there's a way that I can channel, that I figured I could put another $1,000 in some of these other youth programs, okay, that are going on there. And it is a good program because it's touching a lot of kids and the feedback's really positive. And, you know, anything that you do that's touching the youth in our community, it's hard for anybody to shoot holes at.
And the parents have a different perspective of the VCU at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It does make a positive impact on the presence of the VCU in the city.
I don't know what the process is to get you more, David. I asked for it. I don't know how.
We will figure that out.
Last tab in this book is utility wide. On the page 30. So utility wide includes, the board's expenses, kind of other utility wide services, which is our, you know, weight and change, things like that, as well as our, rebate program, utility rebate program, and then also, some electric, other, services, such as property insurance. You break it out between electric and water, and you can charge it correctly. So, on page 30, on personnel costs, there is no overall personnel cost, other than the board's, wages in there. Pension benefit is, it's a non-cash item that we need to budget for, basically due to accounting, we have to, either add expense or reduce it based on the activity of the pension market or the investment market. So it's kind of just a placeholder there.
But to be clear, that is in no way related to board. No, I'm just making that clear.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, it has no reason.
No.
It does affect actual, when you start looking at actuals, you guys are talking about actuals. If you look at page 29, see 22's actuals has a $6 million credit there. That was the booking entry for that GASB for that. And it really skews when you look at 22's actuals to start looking at 23 and not 24. So
Market, right, you know, market goes, 1 year
Yeah.
is up, down, whatever. But, I mean, your wages, are in, 2990 there, the other professional services, that's the year is with the, last time, 2050.
Yeah, it's broken further down.
Yeah. We do have a little bit of uptick, as we talked about with property insurance, liability insurance there. But overall, we're going for the same. The other operating expenditures, basically dropped a little bit. We get a credit, back on, for water pollution, part that, we had to do up between, the unified government and the water pollution, what's the water usage, and so that's the impact of that. In the bottom section there would be breakout of kind of our, economic development activity or whatever, so the economic development fund authorization is the board's, discretionary funds for the 500,000. The economic development program is money that's currently, funds held by EDC. The energy efficiency program is our rebate program for, electric, utilities and, water tanks and things like that. Are we capped at $75,000 on that? It fluctuates just based on the number of rebates that we provide, but Randy, have you seen that? It's
It just depends on what comes in.
yeah.
Who bills and who replaces the unit. There's probably, a little bit more than it's pretty more part of the time. I can have one,
Want to turn to page 31 there, under, Department 9500, so, under sponsorships there, so we have the United Way company match, so we've done our, internal employee campaign, and then this is, the other time that the company match, associated with that. The $5,000 there is to help, the employee council with putting on that, presentation, to our employee, staff. And then the bill assistance program is, Vanessa's program, that helps, hardships. And then we did identify down at the bottom utility rebate program, so that's $150,000 that we set aside for the utility rebate. We did a continuation of what we've already done, and the new one will pick up from there.
And that's supposed to run through like this year.
Yeah. Human resources, Dennis?
This is director of HR. This lavender color, which is, for road, your information, this alternative color in basketball uniform for the state.
Maybe you mix crimson and blue, it somehow makes something like this.
Now, that's our.
Ready for the pop tart. The same record.
If we would turn the page down just very briefly, and wanted to talk briefly about some of our 2024 goals. So goal number one would be to improve our culture here at BPU. Last couple of years, we focused on making it through COVID and those tough times, and now we're going to improve our culture and get better at communicating with our people. We're also going to work, and we're working on some branding efforts to recruit in our recruiting program, to recruit and retain the highest quality and diverse workforce. Every year, the at least in the last 4 years that I've been here, our numbers have improved. So we are hiring a more diverse workforce, and they continue to improve, and we're going to continue to work with that to make sure that we begin to look more and more like our community. We're going to ensure that we have a safe and secure environment, and as you know, we've invested in technology with our security programs here. Made significant capital investments. We continue to make those, although the initial number was a couple of years ago. We continue to maintain that. Those numbers have paid off, and we're saving approximately $500,000 a year in security costs with our personnel that are providing the security. So we've been able to eliminate a number of those positions by using better technology. We've updated our handbook this past year, 2023, and as you all remember, the personnel code we updated as well. We're improving our communications, in particular benefit communications as well, through using text messaging. So last year we started the text messaging program, reaching out to our people, providing links and QR codes for them to access information. We initiated a benefits website as well, a microsite for our people to be able to access that information. And we focused on in-person meetings as well with our people. We're continuing to provide more detailed and appropriate training sessions for our people. So we started the supervisory training program. We're continuing that, and it's getting better and better. We started succession planning here at BPU last year. We're rolling that down to the director level as well. And we started an hourly training program based on our survey that we did. The hourly training is something we needed to work on with regard in particular to technology. So we started introducing in 23, and we'll continue in 24 doing that. And then lastly, we've improved our communications with our partners in our work comp program as well as with our people. So, as you all know, we have safety committees that we have up and running. We do monthly safety training. We do daily messaging to all our people, and that effort has ended up saving us over we should say $400,000 in work comp claims this year. So those investments that we're making in utility are saving us hundreds of thousands of dollars. Actually, now I will say, our benefits with renegotiating our benefit programs, admin fees, our rebates, and all that, we're saving about $800,000 a year. And that, and over the last 3 years, it's $4 million. So the investments that we're making, the work that we're doing is really paying off. Yes. That's right. When you look at our overall budget, if we turn to page 3, what it doesn't shows later on, however, is that the HR budget is still 5% less than it was before. So we are maintaining our costs for, and you see in this year's program, the budget, our total increase out of our $4.4 million budget was about $75,000. More than that number was simply personnel costs, things that we aren't able to necessarily control through. So we've done a good job of maintaining those costs, those investments that we've made in. And then lastly, on page 13, our capital budget. The one new thing that we're doing this year is we do need to buy a truck for our security manager. He hauls our mobile security units around our video and messaging to protect our properties that we need special, security around. So when we're building a new, whether it's adding a water program or whatever, where we have high dollars invested, we'll move that unit so that we have visual contact of those facilities and are able to protect them. He has to do it with his personal vehicle, so we need a truck to be able to haul those mobile units around, and they have more than paid for themselves. Sure.
Then lastly, we're continuing that other $50,000 simply to maintain the investments that we made in our.
Then from your room, and seven, and then from regular labor. Most, I see no change in the number of staff, most of the departments that have had that, have only seen, I think, 20% variance in proposed labor for the following year. Yours is 4%.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily how it got there because we didn't add any.
The advancements, is it created?
Classified them.
Yeah, well, one minor position actually, so it was one of our entry level, let's say, secretarial positions, so there was
Well, what year are we looking at this?
this is 24, so it should be.
Yeah.
23.
That's just.
Yeah, there weren't any
And
changes.
you will jump, there was that one, and you Gary had the other one,
You had some big positions at the beginning of this year, right?
Yeah, for sure.
oh, so there's the trickle in there from a partial
Yeah.
year. Okay,
Yeah.
from before, okay. All right, thank you very much. Might as well figure out if that's gonna be the same thing in IT, because it's the same.
Yes, that's the big deal in IT, because they had.
It was significant, there is 15% variance.
Yeah, I think they had like 8 vacant positions last year that filled throughout the year, and they have 3, I think, vacant right now, so there's a big difference there.
So Dennis, on 2220, on security services, there's the broad security services category for 1.3 million. I'm sorry, on page 10.
Yeah,
On page 10. So the 1.3 million, what does that represent?
so those are gonna be our outsourced security guards. The 1.3 million is guard world.
And so they are located in each facility?
And not each facility, but a number of the places where we have people who typically have guards.
Like service center, I go in, check in, that's that.
Right, we would have one there and then one monitoring at night. We would also have our Kansas City, Kansas, or our part-time security people. Where we do have a significant number, we have armed security by state law. If we're not allowing guns in that facility, we have to provide that.
Mhm.
So in guard world is where we significantly.
That last one, we're only coming in this building, so. People employed, I mean, no one other than the people who work here.
Well, no, we have people every day that have meetings here that come in that front door. So, yeah, no, the public can enter the building, for instance, for a meeting like this, where we have a public meeting, but we have regular people enter the building, not to pay, but to meet with our personnel every day. So we have a responsibility by not allowing weapons in this building, to provide security for our staff. So we used to have triple the amount of security when we had the public every day, paying bills and things of that nature. Now we significantly.
I thought that if there's a, what do you call it, McCommon or whatever, you walk through. They'll leave you to a certain, but like, if someone has to walk through, you know.
They'll detect it.
Security here, though, is, 12-hour shifts or your security only 9 to 8.
There is.
There's an armed guard.
Yes, and they monitor our parking facility.
We don't have an armed guard at night, do we?
So we don't, they're not armed, but guardable during the day, we do have arms. It's they're unarmed guardable. We have significant
as you can imagine, significant theft, and damage done to property all around here, including people.
For my favorite color. Okay. Page two. Let's go to page one. I'd like to go over what we're doing. And then I'll talk about how we're doing it and what it is. I'm only going to cover the top half of page one. Busy stuff is often with goals. It's also we have timeline, network, and security. Not glamorous, but it's basically keeping us safe. For the IT department, basically it's 3 departments. One is applications, and that supports Jeremy's view, that's his water, and supply, and production. Business analytics, all the data that we have, all the testing, part of the application group. We support finance, HR, admin service. All the applications of the department of the PPU, they're not NERC related or production related. In the application development group. Network and security, and the hardware and software. The admin group is myself and the fire management group. Talk about the work plan goals. If you number them 1 through 5, I'm going to cover the first 5. What we're doing this year is significant. We're going to complete the uptime and reliability, make available, and all industry best practices. Where the best practices, these tools, are they fully utilized or not? We're going to implement the meter data management of MDM solution by meter by the first week of February. We can pass, we did a data conversion test to make sure it's going to go right. Spend a lot of time making sure that the data. I think we're going to do is that we also number 1 there is the my meter solution coming through there. 2, we're going to implement Maximo, asset management tool, mobility solution. It provides in the hands of all the workers in the storeroom, people that do all the field services, mobility in their hands on asset management. Not only are we going to implement mobility, we're going to connect it to all the other systems. You will, your smartphone, you call smart, but it's really not connected to anything. All your apps and your icons in your machine are not connected. Your banking is not connected to your mapping. But in this system here, we are going to connect Maximo with geospatial mapping, financial systems, service system. When you change a meter, mobility is going to reflect on all the different systems. So connectivity and integration is key to making maximum mobility. We haven't had it, so we're implementing that this year. We should be completed by the end of the year. RFP goes out later this month or early January. Here, number 3, the third bullet down, we're going to conduct the phase 2 part of our business intelligence, all the dashboards, data analytics, all the data that's in our systems, all be able to be at fingertips on people's desktops. 4th one, we're going to implement utility network. It's unique in the utility industry. So utility network, UN for short, have real-time and accurate data connectivity. So that the conductor, the transformer, the substation, all of this will be connected to the utility network model. Lastly, we're going to implement customer focus enhancements. Within a year, I think it's going to be this coming year, to improve customer service, to improve customer experience. We are going to implement a number of tools to improve that. One of the ideas is to have a content management solution that when a customer calls us through the interactive voice response system, or IVR, or when they email us, or when a customer service representatives talk to a customer, not through the IVR, they're talking to them, all of the information can be, you now know, customer service reps know all the interactions that you could have with your customer accounts. So the history of what was active. That's an ambitious here, the low cost item, low cost relative to what it could be. We plan to implement that. We're also going to implement improvement for the PeopleSoft, which is the HR type of modules. I find that a lot of the modules we have, we just haven't quite used. Same thing with the improvements to regular maximum, not mobility, to improve the modules and the utility. Make sure it's used and it's useful with all the different divisions. We're putting in a quality test automation tool. I think the characteristic with DP over the years, like a lot of utilities, we rely upon users to test the solutions. They don't catch everything. So we're having an automated tool that can test, when you put the system in, how does it affect the downstream applications? So all the data that you have here reflected over there and over here. So we're going to have an automated testing tool that helps make sure that when we deliver things, we can deliver with precision. Then we can do all the patches and all the upgrades with quicker, faster, better, and cheaper. I think there's a hesitancy for any company to implement a lot of projects if you know it's not going to be tested. Automating tool has been very helpful. We just covered the 5 major topic areas for applications. It covers all the different business units here. The bottom half here is network and security. I think we've got that covered for cybersecurity. Those are the things that we don't see. Tools work and understand the probes we have from foreign agents, foreign and outside of the company. So we're always keeping on top of that. Nothing's perfect, but it's not for lack of trying. I told you a year or so ago that we would be reaching a FICO score, so to speak, of 800. I don't know if people remembers that. We were in this room, and I said the goal was to get to 800. We got to 800 this year, which is probably the top 5% or 3% in the utility business. You always got to be vigilant. Sometimes you go down below 800, sometimes you go back up. We are ensuring that our cybersecurity posture is as high as it could be. And again, we get thousands and thousands of probes every day from various actors. You just got to be one step ahead of them. If you would mind, I'd like to go to slide on page number 12 and just a high level go over some of the items here. This is the network support team. If you look at office supplies and expenses and computer software maintenance, it's something that's gone up a bit here in our company. You don't need to know what all those items are, but all the dollars reflected where it says 2131 computer software maintenance, 847,000. Whenever we purchase a BPU item, the software, let's say it's a $500,000 piece of software. The way that the licensing works for all the companies that sell software is that 20% of that cost comes back at you every year. That's the maintenance and support you have for having that software. When you buy a perpetual license, you still have to buy the maintenance and support ongoing. So you constantly get hit with maintenance support charges that doesn't go away, even though we implemented it several years ago. You can see all of those items here. A lot of that deals with security and monitoring, scanning, ensuring that data goes between the data centers correctly. It just shows you the breadth and depth and the cost of all the maintenance software we have. That's on page 12 for network. If I go over to page 10, that's the application side. And you see where you have computer software and maintenance, $2.4 million. This is a recurring cost, and that's 20% of all the software purchased in prior years. Doesn't go away. In some cases, after a few years, the prices can escalate. I just covered the software maintenance, and covered our goals. Now, let's go over, the page number 7, which is the roll-up of all the activities. This is all the departments, applications, security, network, administration. Regular labor has gone up significantly, it's at 15%, because in prior years I had a lot of vacancies, and I said to Bill, I would convert at least 3 vacancies this year. From contractors to employees, get rid of vacant positions. And I've done that. So part of that, one is still here, to cover the HR labor cost. I didn't calculate this myself. This is done by HR. The numbers they've got there reflect that the vacancies that I had are filled out, and that's the cost increase. Vacancies, and I had a partial year from March 2024 that wasn't going to fill. Down to contracted services, relatively flat, to 2282. So that's the people that get the work done. It's $2 based upon any increases in contracted costs. We've had almost no attrition in the group. I think people are happy working for DPU. It's a good part to be in, I think, and we love what we do to support the rest of the business. So this covered our goals, our plans, the cost of the software, the rest of the people that make it work. Any questions? There are about 27 employees and a number of contractors. 15 contractors. All the same things that Evergy does. We have all the same software that Evergy does. Speaking to Charlie Smith over there at Evergy, he probably has 15 times the number of employees I have. Same, but because you double the number of customers, you don't need twice the number of people supporting it. I think we do fairly good for what we have. We understand the two. 27 full-time. We should have authorized 31. 30. Authorized 33.
And those are some that you're referring to that Dennis may have added. Those accounted for in this upcoming budget, the additional 3 or 4.
No, the budgeted amount for this year is the same as last year. This year, we last year, we have a number of vacancies. Contract costs would drop if we don't. Right. We have over 2 million IT contract, and that's right. Yeah, I know. Yeah. It would be nice. We could hire a lot of really great CPU people. In-house knowledge. If we could just find, qualified candidates. But positions are CIO before, same positions for department. Contractors and extremely knowledgeable about it. Another view of that speed and integration line. Probably most contractors. Integration. That's all of it. Here for him. Almost like cybersecurity. Our goal on cybersecurity is can't find a lot of seasoned professionals in cybersecurity. I think we've got a good staff here. We're bringing people in at a very junior level, in the positions we have open, and then we're going to train them in different places. Cybersecurity, good place, perfect. But for example, we're going to grow this community down.
Thanks, Sherry, and also, thanks for getting us as cybersecure as we could be in a very volatile, environment.
Thank you. We also have energy engaged working now quite well.
Well, I'll be the second.
Are we getting ready to retire?
I just like to see if one time my water bill comes out, my water usage comes out correct, just one. I know it's not going
It's
to,
very-
no, I'm not going to.
Energy engaged was a very old system and, that's why it needed replacing. But it works. You be the judge of it, please let us know. That's the
No, I will.
Questions from staff on here? I'm looking at our wrap up section. Follow up. Board for litigation. Hopefully they would be. I know we got. We coming up at 3 o'clock. If there are already questions, certainly reach back out to me, reach back out to Lori. The other questions they have, we try to do the appropriation. And, come back to it. What's on? Hopefully, you know, good enough job today, I was playing the way on. Or these are. We are supporting.
Executive session, separate.
It's sort of the way the judge is written. I mean, already, there will be executive session, so yeah, probably is different.
And we have to wait until 4.
We sure do. Yeah, because that's.
I mean, nobody, the public is not gonna be attending.
Notification.
4 p.m. Eastern.
I think that's
So can I have a motion to adjourn the 2024 budget presentation session?
Second,
Moved and seconded, roll call please.
roll call, Mulvaney, Henry,
Aye.
Department,
Aye.
Gonzalez, Brandon, and.
All right.
Hey, board, EP board, that first